Now, Good Day Chicago at 6. Outrage after immigration enforcement incidents in the suburbs. By leaders are questioning tactics.
An overnight crash in Logan Square turned deadly. We're going to tell you what we know so far about what led to that accident.
A letdown at Lambeau. The Bears come up short against the Packers. What players and coaches are saying about the loss.
It's a tough one. And taking a live look outside this morning, Caitlin says we could see flurries of snow today. We're going to talk about the temperatures as we kick off the work week here. And we thank you for joining us here on Good Day Chicago. I'm Anthony Ponce.
And I'm Gabriela Primas. Yes, this Monday morning, Caitlin Cody also joins us for a look at our forecast. Caitlin, is it true we're going to see some more snow?
More snow is in the forecast this week. It is going to be a bumpy week ahead, and a roller coaster of temperatures is included. Today, we are going to be in the 20s, but the upper 30s will be here over the next 2 days. So keep that in the back of your mind. It's going to be nice, and we will start to thaw over the next 2 days, Tuesday and on Wednesday. But today, it's a little bit cold. Right now, 9 in DeKalb, 8 at LaSalle, 8 in Morris, 18 at the lakefront and O'Hare and Gary. So the upper teens near the lake. Temperatures feel like we could be in the single digits at the lakefront, 8. Highs today in the 20s, feeling like the teens. We'll show you the warm temperatures ahead. First, though, Gabby, how's traffic?
Caitlin, traffic's looking okay. You see our map. It's all green pretty much. No major delays if you're going inbound to the city. 25 minutes about on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Under 25 still on the Eisenhower and Stevenson. I'm going to call it still under 20 on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. But I want to talk about 2 crashes. One is inbound side of the Eisenhower. It's near Wolf Road. Well, between Wolf Road and Manheim Road. It's a crash over on the right shoulder to be aware of. And then also westbound on I-88, there's a crash reported. It's west of Robbins Road, and it's blocking a left lane of 2 lanes there. Also, just a note for people who are coming from the Western Burbs BNSF trains, there's train number 1206 scheduled to arrive here in Chicago at 6 o'clock. It's operating up to 25 minutes behind. It's due to some switch problems that are going on, so just be aware of that. Anthony.
Thank you, Gabby. There's outrage in Elgin this morning over a series of incidents involving federal immigration agents.
Now, Roseanne has more from the newsroom. Good morning, Roseanne.
Good morning. Things have quieted in the city, but the mayor of Elgin is angry about the use of chemical irritants after federal agents made contact with several residents Saturday morning. The string of events started with one of those federal agents calling Elgin police to report getting in a crash with a driver who took off. Within an hour came reports of masked people claiming to have warrants outside this apartment complex on Maple Lane. Many residents gathering outside to protest there. Elgin police said they did determine those were federal agents. Then 2 hours later, they got calls about shots fired at the same location. But they found federal agents had actually deployed chemical irritants. The Elgin mayor expressed outrage on Facebook.
Late this morning, I've been aware of the incident that's been occurring on Maple Lane in Elgin. It discourages me, it disgusts me, the actions of the federal agents that came to our city. This city was founded on its diversity and self-respect and mutual respect for between our residents. The ICE people have not shown that respect to this community, and that really angers me. We need to come together. We'll work together, and we will work our way through this problem.
Well, several people wound up being treated for exposure to those irritants. While Elgin officers did respond to those calls Saturday, they said they do not assist in federal immigration enforcement. Gabriela.
All right, thank you, Roseanne, for that report. Now, we're following breaking news this morning. Chicago police responded to a deadly crash in the city's Logan Square neighborhood. This on West Diversity Avenue. Police say 2 women were in a black sedan when the driver lost control and hit a parked car. The vehicle then veered across the road and struck the rear end of a semi-truck. The passenger died and the sedan died at the scene. The driver was then taken to a hospital and is in good condition. The truck driver wasn't hurt.
All right, COPA is investigating an officer-involved shooting this morning. This happened right near 114th and South Dayville just before 1 yesterday morning. This is in Morgan Park. Police say officers were responding to a disturbance call when they found a group of people involved in some sort of altercation. Officers tried to separate folks when someone's gun went off. It hit both an 18-year-old man and a police officer. A second officer returned fire and hit both a 35-year-old man and the 18-year-old victim. The officer was shot in the chest. However, he did have a protective vest on and was released from the hospital. The 18-year-old and the 35-year-old man were taken to the hospital. They're both in fair condition.
A U.S. Postal Service driver is facing a citation after a deadly crash at Des Plaines. Police responded to the crash yesterday morning on Manheim Road near Spruce Avenue. Police say the driver of the truck, 48-year-old Leonard Moore, was driving southbound when he drifted into an oncoming traffic. He lost control and crashed into an oncoming car. Both were hospitalized. The woman driving the other car later died.
An Indiana man is facing charges in connection to a murder back in March. Police say 32-year-old DeParis Slaughter is accused of shooting and killing a 68-year-old man in North Lawndale. The home was then set on fire. Crews found the body in the basement once they put the fire out. The body had been dismembered. Slaughter was arrested Saturday. He has been charged with both first-degree murder and arson.
A federal jury is set to decide whether Chicago police officers violated the civil rights of a man they shot during an incident at the Grand Red Line CTA station. Former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogard was acquitted on criminal charges of aggravated battery and official misconduct for shooting Ariel Roman at the CTA station back in 2020. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability, however, determined the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. The trial is expected to last 10 days.
President Trump is raising some concerns over the proposed acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery by Netflix. He says the combined company could control too much of the entertainment industry, warning that the merger could, quote, be a problem. While Trump did praise Netflix's leadership, he says he will be personally involved in reviewing the details of this deal. That process is expected to face intense scrutiny as regulators will weigh its impact on consumers and on competition.
This is a game changer. It really is. Because if you think about it, they're going vertical now. The production, the existing library, the ability to produce more into global distribution. Who is going to catch up with them? Nobody.
Yeah, that transaction is expected to close in the next year or so if they get things ironed out. All right, other news. Today, the Indiana State Senate, they're going to be taking up that new proposed state congressional map. House Republicans approved the map on Friday. It is backed by President Trump, and it's also designed to net the Republicans 2 more seats in next year's midterms. Republicans currently control almost all of Indiana's 9 congressional seats. They got 7 out of 9. So this new map could potentially help the GOP sweep all 9 of the state seats. All right, to sports now.
I know.
It's not victory.
We're rubbing it in too, Anthony.
Yeah, we're not going to dwell, but we do have to
inform the viewers.
Yeah, exactly. Tough loss yesterday at Lambeau.
But the Bears fought back after struggling in the first half of yesterday's game, we have to say. They drove down the field with just minutes left and had a chance to tie it. But Caleb Williams threw an interception in the end zone. There it was. Bears lost 28-21. They talked about the loss after the game.
Obviously, our goal is to win every single game, and our goal is to win these games and then get to the playoffs. And so it's a playoff atmosphere, and going versus a rival and things like that. So it's good for us to be able to find ways to rally, and obviously we want to focus on having a better outcome and starting faster and all these different things. But it's definitely it's definitely useful for us.
We'll be a playoff team once we earn enough wins to become a playoff team. So right now we're a 9-win team, and I don't think 9 wins is going to get you in this year. So we got to do what we can to get enough wins to find a way to get in the tournament.
Okay, so the loss also had an impact on the playoff standings, obviously, but this could change, Anthony. The Bears went from the top spot in the NFC all the way down to the 7th. They are now in 2nd place in the division, and they get a rematch with the Packers, we know, in a couple weeks, right here in our own territory.
Yep, it's going to be a retribution game.
It is.
Yeah.
I
All right, they're going to be motivated. 6:08. It's time for Caitlin Cody to walk us through what is happening weather-wise today. I actually wasn't expecting to have to shovel as much as I was yesterday morning. We got kind of hit in the northern suburbs.
Did you?
I mean, I would estimate like 5 or 6 inches.
Yeah, some got 7 inches of snow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We got a little.
See, and I was
dose.
over in the southwest side thinking, oh, it's nothing. I was telling Caitlin.
There was quite a gradient of
Sorry,
snow.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was still, I mean, it's still beautiful.
It was beautiful.
Over the weekend, we'll take it. We'll take it. Unless you got to work over the weekend, then that's unfortunate. But I do have the shovel up there because we're going to slowly start to melt over the next couple of days. Finally, we're going to get some assistance with this snow issue, the ice issue that we have throughout Chicagoland from Mother Nature, because temperatures are going to be pushing to the upper 30s over the next couple of days. Today, though, not the case. We're going to be in the mid to upper 20s, and it's going to feel like we could be in the teens this afternoon. But we have several rounds of snow still possible this week. Today, we could see a few flurries around this morning and then again this afternoon. Midweek warm up, as I just teased, back to where we should be in the upper 30s tomorrow and on Wednesday. But more rain and mixing in with snow is expected. The wet weather returning by Tuesday evening. So looking at satellite radar, our model is showing that we do have the potential for a few flurries. This morning, the radar is having a lot of blue out there. This isn't reaching the ground, but don't be surprised if you see a flying flurry this morning. Temperatures are in the single digits from 9 in DeKalb to Aurora at 9, 8 in Morris, 18 at O'Hare and at the lakefront. So the actual temperature in the teens feels like the single digits, but this afternoon we are going to have those highs pushing back to the mid and upper 20s for us in Chicago, low 20s for western areas. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. The Department of Homeland Security says it wants to expand the travel ban that was put in place after the National Guard shooting in Washington, D.C. We'll have all that when we come back. We're following breaking news this morning. Chicago police respond to a deadly crash in the city's Logan Square neighborhood.
Yes, this was on West Diversey Avenue. Police say 2 women were in a black sedan when the driver lost control and hit a parked car. The vehicle then veered across the road. Then it ran right into the rear end of a semi-truck. The passenger of the sedan died at the scene.
An Indiana man is facing charges in connection to a murder back in March. Police say 32-year-old DeParis Slaughter is accused of shooting and killing a 68-year-old man in North Lawndale. The home was then set on fire. Crews found the body in the basement once they put the fire out.
A federal jury is set to decide whether Chicago police officers violated the civil rights of a man that they shot during an incident at the Grand Red Line stop. Former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogard was acquitted on criminal charges for shooting Ariel Roman at the CTA station back in 2020. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability, however, determined the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in London today to discuss ongoing peace negotiations with Russia. U.S. and Ukrainian officials wrapped up a third day of talks in Miami on Saturday. Zelensky says Washington and Kyiv see eye to eye on much of the proposed peace deal, but Russian President Vladimir Putin is rejecting key provisions as he continues launching massive attacks on Ukraine.
Hamas and Israel, they are moving toward phase 2 of a U.S.-backed ceasefire agreement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the next phase includes the disarmament of Hamas and a withdrawal of Israeli forces. Netanyahu says he will discuss any obstacles with President Trump during an upcoming visit to the White House. That is scheduled to happen at the end of the month. Meantime, the Department of Homeland Security says it plans to expand the U.S. travel ban affecting citizens from more than 30 different countries. These new restrictions are in addition to existing bans that already cover 19 different nations, including Afghanistan, Somalia, Iran, and Haiti. Last month, 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. were shot. One of them was killed. The other is still hospitalized. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump hasn't decided exactly which countries will be added. They've just said 30 more. No timeline has been announced to learn the details there. All right, 6:15. We're sending things back over to Caitlin Cody for an updated look at this Monday morning forecast. Hey, Caitlin.
Mostly cloudy skies, temperatures in the 20s, okay? That's the short of it. We do have the chance for a few flurries around this morning and again this afternoon. Temperatures this morning, though, are cold. We're in the single digits. Actual temperatures in the single digits from Aurora to DeKalb at 9. Right now, it is in the teens, still at the lakefront, O'Hare and Midway, right around 19 degrees. As we take a look at northwest Indiana, temperatures ranging from 11 in Valpo to 18 in Gary. So it is going to be a cold start, of course, no surprise. Wind chills in the low single digits in Aurora, 3, 4 at LaSalle, 8 at the lakefront. So dress warm today. Temperatures this afternoon, even though we're going to be in the mid to upper 20s, it's going to feel like we're in the teens. So the wind chill keeps us down below 20 this afternoon. And then tomorrow, we're pushing to the mid and upper 20s for the wind chill. Okay, Tuesday's highs are going to be in the mid to upper 30s. So it's going to be a nice warm Tuesday and Wednesday, really where we should be for this time of year. Our futurecast shows our quiet day today outside of those mostly cloudy skies, just chilly temperatures and, as mentioned, a flurry here or there possible. Heading into tomorrow, temperature is going to be the main story before the chance for rain moves in Tuesday evening, transitioning over to a little bit of light snow on Wednesday. It is 6:17, checking in now with Gabby to see how your Monday morning commute is going.
Hey, good morning, Caitlin. Here's a live look from Skyfox. Now, they're going to be heading from up north over to Logan Square. We told you about that pretty serious crash that happened around 3 o'clock in the morning. It was at Diversey and Hamlin. There's still a police investigation going on because of that fatal crash. So we'll give you a live look here in a little bit. But first, I want to talk about still that crash eastbound or westbound, excuse me, on I-88. It's west of Robbins Road. It's a crash that's still blocking a left lane. There's only 2 lanes there. It looks like a couple more crashes that are in our system here. One is over on the Stevenson going southbound before Pulaski Road, and it looks like the other one is over on, like we said, Diversey and Hamlin. That's just south of the Kennedy, so there's no actual crash on the Kennedy there. A look at your drive times quickly. Getting a little more heavy, 30 minutes on the Kennedy, as well on the Eisenhower for inbound trip. Looking like the same on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and 25 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. Anthony.
All right, Gabby, thank you very much. President Trump shifting his focus this week to the economy. This is in response to voter anxiety over rising prices.
As Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, that includes a stop in a key battleground state.
Thank you very much, Pennsylvania, and God bless America.
President Trump has been to Pennsylvania through one campaign after another, and this week it is back to that familiar ground to talk numbers.
Our country is doing well. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world right now.
The president talking up the country last night on his way into the Kennedy Center honors as the administration began driving an economic message through the weekend.
The real incomes are up about 1%. And what we're not going to do is say that Americans don't know what they're feeling. We've been working on it every day.
And look for the president this week to point out some bright spots, including energy prices. And the White House makes the case that most big price spikes were locked in under the Biden administration when inflation soared. But that argument may only go so far.
Even though today's roughly 3% inflation is a lot lower than it was in that summer of 2022 with Joe Biden, where it was going over 9%, we want zero. We want stable prices.
And after economic messages largely drove Democratic victories in last month's off-year elections, Democrats think they can keep hammering the president over what they call an affordability crisis.
People are not stupid. Costs are not down. They're going up. The president has even said affordability is a scam. What kind of bubble does he live in?
All right, looping in Doug Luzader live from Washington. Doug, what are the latest polls showing when it comes to voter perception about the economy?
Well, you know, perception is everything when it comes to the economy. And, you know, they're trying to, the Trump administration is really trying to learn a lesson from the Biden administration on this. There was a feeling, and it's shared by many Democrats, the Biden administration wasn't taking complaints about the economy seriously enough. And instead, they were trying to offer arguments for why the economy was actually doing pretty well. That's, you know, a difficult argument to make if people feel as though they're losing ground. And it's clear that people right now do feel as though they are losing ground, which is why we're seeing this big pivot now for the administration, with the president trying to spend more time driving economic messages, domestic policy issues ahead of next year's midterm elections.
Now, Doug, what do you think? Can the administration sway the public when it comes to affordability when, honestly, the prices, they're right in front of them?
Well, you know, the truth is it's very difficult to reduce prices. Virtually all prices rise over time. I mean, there are some exceptions where we see big fluctuations. You know, gas is one of them. But for the most part, once prices begin to rise, those prices get locked in. The huge inflation that we saw during the Biden administration is still with us. At least those big price spikes that we saw still there, even though the inflation rate itself has come down. And the inflation rate right now is still above what the Fed would like to see.
All right.
Doug, thank you for that update. We'll be checking back in with you. Appreciate it, sir. Back here in Chicago, 6:21. And we now know who is going to be playing in the college football playoffs. The 12 teams are set. Notre Dame, not too happy about being left out. They're taking their ball and they're going home.
We'll see you in a second.
All right, welcome back. 6:24. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday morning. We're going to be checking in with Caitlin on the weather situation. Just a moment. First little news to get to. President Trump is changing which days Americans can get into national parks for free next year. He is removing both Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth as free days and adding his birthday. Removing those prominent civil rights holidays from the list is leading to criticism from activists. The changes will take effect on January 1st.
And don't ask me how I know, but his birthday is Flag Day.
Oh, okay.
Nominations for the Golden Globes will be announced this morning. Sinners, Wicked for Good, and One Battle After Another are getting a lot of attention. And for the first time, the Globes are giving a Best Broadcast Award. The award show will be held on January 11th. Now, hundreds of works were damaged by flooding caused by a pipe burst at the Louvre Museum in Paris, as if it couldn't get worse. The flooding damaged at least 300 to 400 works in one of the Egyptian antiques libraries last week. Museum officials say some of the damaged pieces were books, some several hundred years old and dating to the late 19th century. The complete count of affected pieces has not been announced.
All right, the college football bracket is set. It's locked in. Indiana, go Hoosiers, moved up to the #1 spot with their huge win over Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. First time the Hoosiers have won the Big Ten since 1967. Buckeyes dropped to the #2 spot. They'll still get a first-round bye. Georgia and Texas Tech will also get a week off in the first round. James Madison will play up in Oregon. Alabama will kick off against Oklahoma. Tulane will take on Ole Miss, and Miami will face Texas A&M. One school not happy about being left out, Notre Dame, which says it will not play in any bowl games.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out for them.
That decision is not being received too well, let's just say.
Yeah, online, especially on X. All right, Caitlin Cody joins us now to talk about some weather.
Yeah, it's going to be mostly cloudy today. Temperatures are on the chilly side this morning. Some of us in the single digits. In Chicago, we're right around 20. But the heat is on. The upper 30s will be here over the next couple of days. More wet weather is in the forecast as well. A full check is ahead.
Welcome back. 6:29 on your Monday morning. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Yes, very much so. I'm Gabriela Primas. Thanks for joining us. Here are some of the top stories we're following today. Outrage after immigration enforcement incidents in the suburbs, why leaders are questioning tactics.
An overnight crash in Logan Square turned deadly. What we know so far about what led to that accident.
And again, a letdown at Lambeau. The Bears come up short against the Packers. What players and coaches are saying about that loss.
Yeah, it was a toughie. But we got a chance for retribution in a couple weeks.
We do.
6:30. Let's send it over to Caitlin for an update on the weather forecast. Good morning, Caitlin.
Good morning. Happy Monday. We have a few clouds out there and perhaps a flurry or two possible early today and then again this afternoon. But let's take a look back at the snowfall we have had so far this season because it has been busy. So breaking it down with our headlines, quickest start to the snow season since 1978, when 24.1 inches fell. Now let's talk about the past 9 days because we have seen 15.4 inches of snowfall, which is the most that we've had in 9 days since February of 2021 when 15.2 inches fell. So far this season, we've had 17.1 inches of snow, and last season in total, we had 17.6. So we are nearing just about as much snow as we got in total last year already this year. Temperatures outside currently are in the teens for us in Chicago. O'Hare's at 18, 19 at Midway. I should say 20 at the lakefront. So we have tagged 20, but single digits still for western areas like Joliet, Morris, Aurora, and DeKalb. It's a chilly start, but overall a quiet day. Warming temperatures over the next few days. I'll show you that ahead. Gabby.
All right, Caitlin, we have a live look over in Logan Square. Remember, we're following this breaking traffic news happening overnight. This is on West Diversey, and I'm just hearing right now Diversey is still closed between Hamlin to Avers. Police say 2 women were in a black sedan around 3 o'clock this morning when the driver lost control and hit a parked car. The vehicle then veered off across the road and struck the rear end of a semi-truck that you're still seeing right there in this live picture. The passenger of the sedan unfortunately died at the scene. The driver was taken to a hospital and is in good condition. The truck driver wasn't hurt in this case. And then we're taking a look at some other incidents that are in our system as well. I know that we still have that incident over on the Stevenson Expressway on the southbound side before Pulaski Road, so please be aware of that. And then some other new ones that I'll get to here in a second. But first, let's take a look at your drive times. 35 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, 35 as well on the Eisenhower and on the Stevenson. 25 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. 6:32 now, more reaction to an incident in Elgin involving federal immigration agents. This is new video from this weekend where protesters were seen lining up near the agents while they were trying to conduct immigration enforcement operations in the city. Eventually, federal agents deployed chemical irritants on the protesters. Elgin officials say 7 people received medical care due to exposure to the irritants. Now, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy released a statement saying he's outraged by the operation in Elgin. He believes ICE and DHS need to explain what happened and why chemical agents were used.
The Civilian Office of Police Accountability is investigating an officer-involved shooting. This happened near 114th and South Dayville just before 1 yesterday morning in the Morgan Park neighborhood. Police say officers were responding to a disturbance call. When they got there, they found a group of people arguing. Officers tried to separate folks when somebody's gun went off. The shots hit an 18-year-old man and a police officer. So a second officer then returned fire and hit both the 35-year-old man and the 18-year-old. The officer was shot in the chest. However, he did have a protective vest on, was released from the hospital later. The 18-year-old and the 35-year-old man were taken to the hospital in fair condition.
A U.S. Postal Service driver is facing a citation after a deadly crash in Des Plaines. Police responded to the crash yesterday morning in the 1700 block of Mannheim Road. Police say the driver of the truck, 48-year-old Leonard Moore, was driving southbound when he drifted into oncoming traffic. He lost control and crashed into an oncoming car. Both were hospitalized. The woman driving the other car later died. An
Indiana man is facing charges in connection to a murder that happened back in March. Police say 32-year-old DeParis Slaughter is accused of shooting and killing a 68-year-old man in North Lawndale. The home was then set on fire. Crews found the body in the basement. Once they put the fire out, it had been dismembered. Slaughter was arrested Saturday and charged with first-degree murder and arson.
A federal jury is set to decide whether Chicago police officers violated the civil rights of a man they shot during an incident at the Grand Red Line CTA station. Former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogart was acquitted on criminal charges of aggravated battery and official misconduct for shooting Ariel Roman at the CTA station back in 2020. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability, however, determined the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. The trial is expected to last 10 days.
President Trump is raising concerns about the proposed acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery by Netflix. He says the combined company could control too much of the entertainment market, warning that the merger could be, quote, a problem. Now, while Trump did praise the leadership at Netflix, he also says he is going to personally be involved in reviewing the terms of this deal. And that process is expected to face very intense scrutiny as regulators will weigh its impact on consumers and on competition.
This is a game changer. It really is. Because if you think about it, they're going vertical now. The production, the existing library, the ability to produce more into global distribution. Who is going to catch up with them? Nobody.
The transaction is expected to close in the next year or so if they can agree on terms. All right, today the Indiana State Senate is going to be taking up a new state congressional map. House Republicans approved this on Friday. It's backed by President Trump, and it is designed to net the Republicans 2 seats in next year's midterms. Republicans currently control 7 out of Indiana's 9 congressional seats. This new map could potentially help the GOP win all of them. All right, it is a tough morning for Bears fans coming off a heartbreaking loss up at Lambeau Field.
Anthony, I'm done talking about it.
Yeah.
But you know what? The Bears fought back after struggling in the first half of yesterday's game. They drove down the field with just minutes left and had a chance to tie it. But Caleb Williams threw an interception in the end zone. There it was. Bears lose 28-21. They talked about the loss after the game.
Obviously, our goal is to win every single game, and our goal is to win these games and then get to the playoffs. And so it's a playoff atmosphere, and going versus a rival and things like that. So it's good for us to be able to find ways to rally, and obviously we want to focus on having a better outcome and starting faster and all these different things. But it's definitely it's definitely useful for us.
We'll be a playoff team once we earn enough wins to become a playoff team. So right now we're a 9-win team, and I don't think 9 wins is going to get you in this year. So we got to do what we can to get enough wins to find a way to get into the tournament.
All right, well, the loss also had an impact on playoff standings. The Bears went from the top spot in the NFC all the way down to 7th. They're now placed 2nd place in the division, and they get a rematch with the Packers in a couple weeks right here at Soldier Field.
Yeah, chance for retribution there.
Yes.
Okay. 6:37 from sports to weather now. Let's check in with Caitlin Cody to see how Monday's going to shake out here.
It's going to be cold out there today. Temperatures reaching the 20s this afternoon, feeling like we could be in the teens. Right now, though, we are actually in the teens. Chicago at the lakefront, it's 19. O'Hare is 18, as well as in Gary. Single digits still holding on as we get out to Morris. It's 8, as well as Joliet. 9 in Aurora, 9 in DeKalb, 7 at LaSalle. Northwest Indiana temperatures for you, most of you, 10 to about 20 degrees. So this morning, it's quiet. You might see a flurry around. Mostly cloudy skies sticking around throughout the day. The feel-like temperature outside, though, in the single digits for many more. It's 8 in DeKalb, 6 at LaSalle, 3 in Kankakee, 6 in Gary. So chilly start, as mentioned. Highs today are going to be below normal by about 10 degrees. Normal high is 39, 26 expected at the lakefront, 27 at O'Hare. Tomorrow, though, how about 39 degrees? Right where we should be for this time of year. So the thaw is going to begin, and it will continue on Wednesday, assisted by rain showers. So let's take a look at our futurecast. For today, as mentioned, mostly cloudy skies. We have a southerly breeze, although temperatures are going to be cold. Heading into tomorrow in the afternoon and evening, the chance for scattered rain returns. And then we see it transition over to a rain-snow mix and even a little bit of light snow holding on Wednesday. So we have some wet weather expected, but warmer temperatures over the next few days. Anthony.
Thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. We've got plenty more to get to here on Good Day Chicago. Why President Trump is facing criticism over a series of clemencies. Southwest will no longer have to pay a fine for its big meltdown during the holidays back in 2022. And guess what? Awards season is now upon us. Today, nominations for the Golden Globes will be announced. Stay with us.
Fox 30.
6:42 now, taking a live look over in D.C., the White House there, as we talk about things going on overseas. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in London today to discuss ongoing peace negotiations with Russia. U.S. and Ukrainian officials wrapped up a third day of talks in Miami on Saturday. Zelensky says Washington and Kyiv see eye to eye on much of the proposed peace deal, but Russian President Vladimir Putin is rejecting key provisions as he continues launching massive attacks on Ukraine.
Hamas and Israel are moving toward phase 2 of a U.S.-backed ceasefire agreement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the next phase includes the disarmament of Hamas along with the withdrawal of Israeli forces. Netanyahu says he will discuss any obstacles directly with President Trump during an upcoming visit to the White House that is scheduled to happen at the end of this month. Meantime, the Department of Homeland Security says it plans to expand the U.S. travel ban affecting citizens from more than 30 countries. The new restrictions, they're in addition to the existing bans that are in place. They cover 19 countries, including Afghanistan, Somalia, Iran, and Haiti. This move comes after the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. last month. One of those National Guard members died. The other remains hospitalized this week. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump hasn't decided yet which countries will be added to the list. No timeline has been announced either.
Protesters lined the streets of a New Orleans suburb over the weekend, calling for an end to immigration crackdowns. Hundreds of people gathered in Kenner, a city with Louisiana's highest concentration of Hispanic residents. State and federal authorities say they're closely monitoring online criticism against ICE, including what they say are threats against agents.
President Trump is facing criticism over a flurry of clemencies, including the latest for former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez. The former president wrote a letter to the White House after his conviction on drug trafficking charges, claiming that he was targeted by the Biden administration. Trump has issued nearly 1,600 clemency grants in his second term. At least 1,500 of those are in relation to January 6th.
Donald Trump, in terms of the exercise of his pardon power and commutations, is completely and totally out of control.
He was very clear when he came into office that he was most interested in looking at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ.
And dozens of others granted clemency were those who empathize with Trump and his political agenda.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, is heading back to court this morning. His defense team is trying to suppress evidence from his upcoming trial. His lawyers want to suppress statements he made to police in Pennsylvania. The hearings are only connected to the state criminal case against him. Mangione is also facing federal charges. The 27-year-old has pled not guilty.
Crews battled a large fire at a vacant building in Indianapolis. Yeah, the fire department said neighbors reported an overnight rave party inside that building with between 50 and 100 people. They were reportedly there at about 4 a.m. Says that building had been vacant for more than 20 years. It had been repeatedly broken into by squatters. The fire department says it took more than 3 hours to get those flames under control. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Okay. Damage at the Louvre in Paris. This time, it wasn't thieves. We'll explain when we come back.
Weather Authority.
Welcome back. We're following breaking news this morning. Chicago police respond to a deadly crash in the city's Logan Square neighborhood.
This happened on West Diversey Avenue. Police say 2 women were riding in a black sedan when the driver lost control and hit a parked car. That sedan then veered across the road. It slammed into the rear end of a semi-truck. The passenger of that sedan died at the scene.
An Indiana man is facing charges in connection to a murder back in March. Police say 32-year-old Paris Slaughter is accused of shooting and killing a 68-year-old man in North Lawndale. The home was then set on fire. Crews found the body in the basement once they put the fire out.
A federal jury is set to decide whether Chicago police officers violated the civil rights of a man they shot during an incident at the Red Line station at Grand Avenue. Former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogard was acquitted on criminal charges for shooting Ariel Roman at that stop back in 2020. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability, however, determined that that shooting violated department policy and was unjustified.
6:49 now, taking a live look at Grant Park, as Anthony said, our city's front yard.
That's right.
I love that.
I love
that. DuSable Lakeshore Drive looking okay right there, but we have to bring in Caitlin Cody to let us know what we expect. I see enough snow over in Grant Park, so at least for today, are we safe from the snow?
We could see a few flurries around, but it's going to be a quiet forecast today. We have mostly cloudy skies. Temperature is quite a bit colder right now compared to yesterday at this time, though, so I want to give you a heads up. We are 23 degrees colder right now in Morris compared to yesterday. 25-degree drop in Joliet, 20 degrees colder in Kankakee. In Chicago, the lakefront to O'Hare, 11 degrees colder, so you're going to feel this difference. Chilly temperatures in place this morning. And even this afternoon, it's going to feel like we could be in the teens with that wind chill. But the actual temperature currently is in the upper teens for us in Chicago. The lakefront, 16, 18 at O'Hare, 9 in Aurora, 6 at LaSalle, 9 in Kankakee. Northwest Indiana, temperatures for you ranging from 10 to just about 20 degrees. Over the next 12 hours, these temperatures peaking in the mid-20s. Again, feeling like we could be in the teens. And then tonight, 25. We're going to have some light snow, an isolated snow shower around with that south-southwest wind up to 30 miles per hour. Tomorrow, 39. It's going to be a really mild day. Cloudy skies, though, will continue to be in place. A little bit gusty tomorrow as well as on Wednesday. We also have the chance for some rain later in the day tomorrow and some light snow possible on Wednesday. Temperatures, as mentioned, where we should be over the next couple of days. We're going to start to thaw out in Chicagoland before the bottom drops out yet again as we head into the weekend. 25 on Thursday, Friday, right around 21, then down to 2. Saturday morning, 12 as our high, and we're on repeat for Sunday, back to the teens, starting off at 5 degrees. So very cold weekend ahead. All right, let's check in with traffic at 6:51. Here's Gabby.
All right, Caitlin, we have Skyfox going over DuSable Lakeshore Drive because we have a crash reported on the southbound of Lakeshore Drive, southbound side of Lakeshore Drive, excuse me, on North Avenue. 2 right lanes are blocked. We're going to take a look. We were over on the Stevenson because there's that crash reported on the entrance ramp from LaGrange Road over to the Stevenson. That was kind of partially blocking that ramp. It is now cleared, so that's the good news. But a new crash to report is over in the River Grove area. It was southbound River Road that was blocked between Grand Avenue and 5th Avenue. It got cleaned up fast, though, because it just reopened. It involved multiple vehicles, so crews are still on scene. Let's take a look at your drive times right now as we hit 6:50. 40 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, around the same on the Eisenhower, 40 minutes as well on the Stevenson. Those 3 have been tied all morning, and 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne Interchange. Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Gabby. President Trump is changing which days Americans get into national parks for free next year. He is removing both Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth as free days and adding his birthday. Removing those prominent civil rights holidays from the list is leading to criticism from activists. Those changes go into effect January 1st.
President Trump has also reportedly assembled a team of advisors, including Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins, to address ways to combat inflation in beef prices. The Labor Department reports the average price for ground beef rose to nearly $6.50 a pound as of September. The president is also calling for the Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission to investigate potential anti-competitive pricing and antitrust practices in the industry.
The Trump administration will waive the remaining $11 million of a civil fine imposed against Southwest Airlines. This is all for that holiday meltdown in 2022 that left around 2 million passengers stranded and canceled almost 17,000 flights. The Biden administration fined Southwest $140 million back in 2023. The Department of Transportation waived the fine because Southwest, it says, has since invested more than $1 billion into its operations and technology.
Nominations for the Golden Globes will be announced this morning. Sinners, Wicked for Good, and One Battle After Another are expected to get a lot of attention. And for the first time, the Globes are giving a Best Podcast Award. About time. The award show will be held on January 11th. Now, hundreds of works were damaged by flooding caused by a pipe burst at the Louvre Museum in Paris, as if they haven't been through enough. The flooding damaged at least 300 to 400 works in one of the Egyptian antiques libraries last week. Museum officials say some of the damaged pieces were books, some several hundred years old and dating to the late 19th century. The complete count of affected pieces has not been announced.
All right, the college football playoff bracket is now set. 12 teams. Indiana, go Hoosiers. They moved up to the #1 spot with their huge win over Ohio State on Saturday night in the Big Ten Championship. Buckeyes dropped down to the #2 spot. They will still get a bye. Georgia and Texas Tech will also get a week off. In the first round, James Madison goes up against Oregon. Alabama kickoff against Oklahoma. Tulane takes on Ole Miss, and Miami will face Texas A&M. One school not happy about being left out of the picture, Notre Dame, which announced that it will not play in any bowl games.
A little bit of controversy there.
Yeah.
We'll learn more about it. All right, plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
I grew up.
The European Union's fining the social media platform X $140 million. The issue, X's blue check marks, which regulators say can be purchased by anyone and used by bad actors to trick users. X's owner, Elon Musk, has since published and reposted several messages critical of the decision on his X profile. Employers have announced nearly 1,200,000 jobs were cut this year through November. That's an increase of 54% from the same period last year, where almost 800,000 layoffs were announced. The data comes from a report by Challenger, Gray, and Christmas. This year's layoffs were the highest since the pandemic. American consumers have taken on an additional $16 billion in credit card debt so far this year. That's according to Wallet Hub. That brings Americans' total credit card debt to about $1.3 trillion. While $16 billion sounds like a lot, the number is actually 27% lower than the debt that was added during this time last year. A portable charger sold on Amazon is being recalled because it could overheat and catch fire. The recall is for the INIU power bank. There have been 15 reports of overheating, including 11 fires that caused 3 minor burns and property damage of more than $380,000. If you have this, consumer safety officials say you should file a claim on the company's website for a refund. Now, Google reveals its users' top searches of the year. The Year in Search 2025 includes people, sports, and technology. The top search was Charlie Kirk, who was shot and killed on September 10th. That followed by the Netflix film K-pop Demon Hunters and Labubu's, the popular line of collectible toys we know. Apple's release of its new iPhone 17 came in at number 4. Now, President Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill rounded out the top 5.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And right now on Good Day Chicago at 7 o'clock, jury selection will begin today for a trial focused on a police shooting from 2020 at a CTA station.
An overnight crash in Logan Square turns deadly. What led to the accident?
And a letdown at Lambeau, to say the least. Bears came up just short against the Packers. What players and coaches are saying about that heartbreaker yesterday.
It was tough. We at least stayed in the fight, you know? And taking a live look outside, Caitlin says, ooh, look at the sherbet in the sky. Caitlin says that we could see some flurries today, though. We'll thaw out after this, everybody. We're in it.
That was my favorite flavor growing up, the rainbow sherbet. I always opted for it. All right, 7 a.m. on your Monday. A tough loss by the Bears. We're going to talk about that in just a second. But first, let's check in with Caitlin about the weather sitch.
You picked sherbet over ice cream?
I did.
What?
I just loved the tart flavor as a kid.
He was a refined child.
Yeah, no. Maybe the opposite.
Give me the chocolate. Yeah, today it is going to be a chilly day. We have the chance for a few flurries this morning and then again this afternoon. But overall, it's going to be a quiet day of weather, and we do have improving conditions over the next few days. If you want to thaw out, we're going to be back to where we should be, which includes the upper 30s. In the meantime, this morning, it is cold. Take a look at our current temperatures. It's 16 at the lakefront, as well as in Gary, 8 in Morris, 6 at LaSalle, 9 in Kankakee, 16 in Waukegan. So the temperatures are going to be reaching the mid to upper 20s today, but the feel-like temperature really is going to play a role in how you should prepare, because when we hit that peak temperature in the mid-20s, it's going to feel like we could be in the teens. Right now, though, the wind chill is at 7 at the lakefront, 12 at O'Hara, as well as Aurora, 7 from Morris to LaSalle. Here's your day planner. Mostly cloudy skies sticking with us through the day. 23 by 11. As mentioned, we are going to have that potential for a few flurries around. Even tonight, a little bit of light snow is possible before we warm up over the next few days. A full check of your forecast is ahead. First, though, here's Gabby with traffic. What's new?
Hey, good morning, Caitlin. We're taking a look at Sky Fox. They are over, looks like the Dan Ryan, just going over the Stevenson there. Things moving smoothly in this area. I know that they were checking on DuSable Lakeshore Drive because we had a crash on the southbound side near North Avenue. It was blocking a couple of right lanes. That has cleared, maybe a little bit residual delay for going in. Some of our other crash icons are just hanging around. We'll take a check of things there. Just updated, and we talked about that crash that just cleared over in River Grove. But let's take a look at our drive times here to start the 7 o'clock hour. Taking a look at the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, 45 minutes. 40 minutes on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office, 40 minutes on the Stevenson, and 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. Looks like minimal traffic delay over on I-57 and the Bishop Ford as you approach 95th, which is good for this time of morning. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Police shooting at a CTA station back in 2020 goes to trial today.
Yes, Roseanne joining us live from downtown with more on the trial here. Roseanne, good morning.
Good morning. Well, once a jury is seated, they will decide whether Chicago police violated this man's civil rights. Ariel Roman is the man in question. He was shot at the CTA Grand Avenue Red Line station back in February of 2020, right in the middle of rush hour. That incident captured on cell phone video. Former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogard was acquitted on criminal charges of aggravated battery and official misconduct in the shooting. She and another officer had struggled with Roman, they say, trying to issue him a citation. Tasers were fired and a chemical irritant sprayed, but officers said Roman continued to struggle, and Bogard fired at the urging of the other officer. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability determined the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. This trial could prove very costly to the city if, in fact, Roman is successful. So once again, it's jury selection today. That's going to kick off at 9 a.m. here at the Dirksen Federal Building. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
All right, Roseanne, we'll check in later in the day to see how things go. Happening also, we have some breaking news that we're following this morning. Chicago police respond to a deadly crash in the city's Logan Square neighborhood. This is on West Diversey Avenue. Police say 2 women were in a black sedan when the driver lost control and hit a parked car. The vehicle then veered across the road, struck the rear end of a semi-truck. The passenger of the sedan died at the scene. The driver was taken to a hospital in good condition. The truck driver was not hurt.
The Civilian Office of Police Accountability is going to be investigating an officer-involved shooting. This happened near 114th and South Dayville just before 1 yesterday morning. That's in the Morgan Park neighborhood. Police say that officers, they were there responding to a disturbance call. When they got there, a group of people were involved in an altercation. Officers tried to separate folks. Somebody's gun went off. Shots hit an 18-year-old and a police officer. A second officer then returned fire and hit both a 35-year-old man and an 18-year-old. The officer was shot in the chest. However, he did have a protective vest on and was released from the hospital. The 18-year-old and 35-year-old man were taken to the hospital in fair condition.
Well, a U.S. Postal Service driver is facing a citation after a deadly crash in Des Plaines. Police responded to the crash yesterday morning in the 1700 block of Mannheim Road. Police say that the driver of the truck, 48-year-old Leonard Moore, was driving southbound when he drifted into oncoming traffic. He lost control, crashed into an oncoming car. Both people were hospitalized. The woman driving the other car, though, later died.
An Indiana man is facing charges in connection to a gruesome murder back in March. Police say 32-year-old DeParis Slaughter is accused of shooting and killing a 68-year-old man in North Lawndale. That home was then set on fire. Crews found the body in the basement. Once they put the fire out, the body had been dismembered. Slaughter was arrested Saturday. He has been charged with both first-degree murder and arson.
More reaction to an incident in Elgin involving federal immigration agents. The video seen all over social media from this weekend, where protesters were seen lining up near the agents while they were conducting immigration enforcement operations in the city. Eventually, federal agents deployed chemical irritants on the protesters. Elgin officials say 7 people received medical care due to exposure to those irritants. Now, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy released a statement saying he's outraged by the operation in Elgin. He believes ICE and DHS need to explain what happened and why chemical agents were used.
President Trump is raising concerns about the proposed acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery by Netflix. He says the proposed combined company could wind up controlling too much of the entertainment market, warning the merger, quote, could be a problem. While Trump did praise the leadership of the company, Netflix, he says he will personally be involved in reviewing the terms of this deal. And that process is expected to face some intense scrutiny as regulators will weigh its impact on consumers and on competition.
This is a game changer. It really is. Because if you think about it, they're going vertical now. The production, the existing library, the ability to produce more into global distribution. Who is going to catch up with them? Nobody.
This transaction is expected to close in the next year or so. All right, today the Indiana State Senate will take up a new state congressional map. House Republicans approved this on Friday. It's the one backed by President Trump and designed to net the Republicans 2 more seats in next year's midterms. Currently, Republicans control 7 out of Indiana's 9 congressional seats, so this new map could potentially help the GOP with a clean sweep of all 9 seats. Very tough morning for Bears fans, coming off a heartbreaking loss, to say the least.
Yeah,
yesterday.
there was a moment when we really felt like, oh, we might actually be able to pull this out.
They hung in.
Yeah, the Bears fought back. After struggling in that first half of yesterday's game, they drove down the field with just minutes left and had a chance to tie it. But Caleb Williams threw an interception in the end zone right there. Yeah, Bears lose 28-21. They talked about the loss after the game.
Obviously, our goal is to win every single game, and our goal is to win these games and then get to the playoffs. And so it's a playoff atmosphere, and going versus a rival and things like that. So it's good for us to be able to find ways to rally, and obviously we want to focus on having a better outcome and starting faster and all these different things. But it's definitely it's definitely useful for us.
We'll be a playoff team once we earn enough wins to become a playoff team. So right now we're a 9-win team, and I don't think 9 wins is going to get you in this year. So we got to do what we can to get enough wins to find a way to get in the tournament.
It's a growth process for sure. The loss also had an impact on playoff standings, as you could hear them kind of, insinuating. The Bears went from the top spot in the NFC all the way down to 7th. just because things are so tight. They are now in second place in the division. They get a rematch with the Packers in a couple of weeks, and that will be on our home turf.
Yeah.
So, you know, last year, that's when we turned it around.
They're going to be hungry.
Yeah, we'll see how things go. Taking a live look outside, though. Ooh,
what flavor of ice cream is that, Anita?
That's a strawberry, maybe? You know, as Strawberry said, this is my moment.
Oh, it's nice.
Let's get over to Caitlin and talk a little bit more. You know, so we took a loss as Bears fans. But I knew this guy over here had his red on over the weekend.
Thank you,
feeling
Anita.
good with Indiana on a high.
It would have been an embarrassment of riches if the Bears had won as well. But yes, I'm very proud of my Hoosiers. Thank you for wearing red today. No. It was a great win. Yeah, historic.
Very exciting. Oh, I'm so happy for you. And this sunrise picture is warming me up. I'm cold right now, but like seeing the sun, for whatever reason, it's like a mental thing. Must be. It's warming me up. It is going to be a cold day today. Temperatures this morning are in the single digits for some, the teens for others. Highs today are only going to be in the 20s, but it's going to feel like the teens even later this afternoon. So chilly all around for today, but over the next couple of days, temperatures will be warming up nicely. Right now, you're stepping out the door too. 18 degrees at the lakefront, 7 in Aurora as well as Joliet. 8 in Morris, 6 at LaSalle. Temperatures in northwest Indiana ranging from 14 in Maryville to 16 in Gary. So let's take a look at our futurecast. Let's take you through your day. This morning, you might see a flurry around. Same thing later on this afternoon. But overall, a quiet day ahead. We just have a few clouds. As mentioned, temperatures pushing to about 25 or 26 is our high. And then we head into tonight, and we're actually going to be quite mild. Tomorrow, we are climbing big time. 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we are already in the upper 20s. Heading to the mid and upper 30s as our high. But we have the chance for some mixed precipitation. Speaking of sherbet colors, take a look at this. We do have the potential for rain and snow, mix of both as we work our way through Tuesday evening and then Tuesday night. Some wet weather hanging around before Wednesday when we have a few flurries, some light snow here or there. You can see 8 a.m. on Wednesday. We have some blue sprinkled on the map. Temperatures, though, will be above freezing yet again. So our futurecast for today, making your plans. No, we're going to be in the mid to upper 20s, feeling like the teens. So a cold day, generally quiet, maybe a flurry around. Tomorrow, starting off dry, mild temperatures in the upper 30s. Then we get wet weather, a mixed bag of precipitation Tuesday evening into Tuesday night. Wednesday, some lingering snow is possible, but the temperatures are going to be above freezing. So we have a thaw over the next 2 days before the temperatures drop big time this weekend. I'll show you that on your 7-day forecast ahead.
See you soon. The Department of Homeland Security says it wants to expand the travel ban now that was put in place after the National Guard shooting in Washington, D.C. We'll talk about it after the break. It's 7:10.
Make the
Welcome back, everyone. Just about 7:15, and we are staying on top of breaking news this morning. Chicago police responding to a deadly crash in the city's Logan Square neighborhood.
This happened on West Diversey. Police say two women were in a black sedan when the driver lost control, slammed into a parked car, and then their vehicle veered across the road and hit the back end of a semi that was parked there. The passenger of the sedan died at the scene.
An Indiana man is facing charges in connection to a murder back in March. Police say 32-year-old DeParis Slaughter is accused of shooting and killing a 68-year-old man in North Lawndale. The home was then set on fire. Crews found the body in the basement once they put the fire out.
A federal jury is set to decide whether Chicago police officers violated the civil rights of a man that they shot during an incident at the Grand Red Line CTA station. Former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogard was acquitted on criminal charges for shooting Ariel Roman at that stop back in 2020. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability, however, eventually determined the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in London today to discuss ongoing peace negotiations with Russia. U.S. and Ukrainian officials wrapped up a third day of talks in Miami on Saturday. Zelensky says Washington and Kyiv see eye to eye on much of the proposed peace deal. But Russian President Vladimir Putin is rejecting key provisions as he continues launching massive attacks on Ukraine.
Hamas and Israel, they're moving toward phase 2 of a U.S.-backed ceasefire agreement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the next phase includes the disarmament of Hamas and the withdrawal of Israeli forces, I should say. Netanyahu says he'll discuss any obstacles with President Trump during a visit that is scheduled for the end of the month at the White House. Meantime, the Department of Homeland Security says it plans to expand the U.S. travel ban affecting citizens from more than 30 countries. These new restrictions, they're in addition and on top of the existing bans that already cover 19 nations, including Afghanistan, Somalia, Iran, and Haiti. The move comes after the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. last month. One of those victims died. The other remains hospitalized this morning. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump hasn't specified or decided which countries will be added to that list of 30, and we still don't know the timeline of when that's going to be announced.
Protesters lined the streets of a New Orleans suburb over the weekend, calling for an end to immigration crackdowns there. Hundreds of people gathered in Kenner, that is a city with Louisiana's highest concentration of Hispanic residents. State and federal authorities say they're closely monitoring online criticism against ICE, including what they say are threats against agents.
President Trump is facing criticism over a flurry of clemencies, including the latest one for the former Honduran president, Juan Orlando Hernandez. The former president wrote a letter to the White House after his conviction on drug trafficking charges, claiming that he was targeted by the Biden administration. Trump has issued nearly 1,600 clemency grants in his second term, and at least 1,500 of those are in relation to the January 6th uprising at the nation's capital.
Donald Trump, in terms of the exercise of his pardon power and commutations, is completely and totally out of control.
He was very clear when he came into office that he was most interested in looking at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ.
Dozens of others granted clemency were those who empathize with Trump and Trump's political agenda.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, is heading back to court this morning. His defense team is trying to suppress evidence from his upcoming trial. His lawyers want to suppress statements he made to police in Pennsylvania, and the hearings are only connected to the state criminal case against him. Keep that in mind. Mangione is also facing federal charges. The 27-year-old has pleaded not guilty.
All right, crews battle a large fire at a vacant building down in Indianapolis. Look how big that thing is. The fire department said neighbors reported an overnight rave party inside that building with between 50 and 100 people there until about 4 a.m. yesterday. It says the building had been vacant for about 20 years. It's been repeatedly broken into by squatters. The fire department says it took more than 3 hours to get the flames under control. Fortunately, none of the firefighters and none of the attendees of that party were hurt. Okay, 718, there's a view. Not quite as bright and colorful. It's looks a little more gray now. Things have taken a turn, Caitlin.
We got to turn the camera. Turn it.
Turn it to the sun.
Yeah.
There we go.
We got a little bit of both. It is going to be a cloudy day today, absolutely. That shot is beautiful, but the temperatures are going to be cold. Let's talk about snowfall, though, because we have been hit hard. The quickest start to snow season since 1978, when 24.1 inches fell. 15.4 inches in the past 9 days alone, which is the most since February of 2021, when in 9 days, 15.2 inches fell. And so far this season, we have had 17.1 inches of snowfall, and last year in total for the entire season, we had 17.6. So we are approaching the total snow that we had last year already this season. Today, we do have the chance for a few flurries around. Temperatures are going to be chilly. Right now, we are sitting at 18 degrees at the lakefront, 17 at O'Hare, and 7 in Aurora, 5 in Morris, and 6 at LaSalle. Northwest Indiana, 10 to about 16 degrees for you, but the feel-like temperature is in the single digits for a lot of us. 8 at the lakefront, 7 in DeKalb, Morris at 7, 9 in Kankakee, so a very cold start. Today, highs are going to be in the mid to upper 20s. It's going to feel like the teens, though. Tomorrow, temperatures back to about 40. It's going to be a really mild day tomorrow and on Wednesday, but we have some wet weather to deal with. Starting really tomorrow evening, we have the chance, as mentioned, for a few flurries around today. And even tonight, some light snow in spots. Our futurecast shows, though, generally quiet conditions. Heading on into your Tuesday to start off, it's going to be quiet and dry, but then as we get on into the evening, scattered showers move in. We're going to have a mixed bag of precipitation overnight into early Wednesday. And then on Wednesday, we have the chance for some light snow around, but temperatures, they're going to be mild, back to the upper 30s. We'll take a look at your full 7-day forecast ahead. First, though, checking in with Gabby and Skyfox.
Hey, good morning, Caitlin. Yeah, we have Skyfox over the south side. We have a shooting investigation that's wrapping up right now. It is Indiana Avenue and 95th over in the Rosemore neighborhood. So obviously, Indiana is going to be closed for the time being until they wrap up this investigation. But I figured we'd give you a live look of what's happening right now as they round a couple hours of being there. Let's take a look at your drive times. We have 50 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes on your way outbound. Most of your traffic is close to the junction, 45 minutes on the Eisenhower, from Route 390 to the old post office. Same on the Stevenson from 355 to DeSable Lakeshore Drive, 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan. I will note that there's a new crash northbound Tri-State near Oakton. It's blocking a couple lanes, so be aware of that. And then alert for you if you're taking the L trains this morning, specifically the Blue Line. Forest Park bound trains are standing at Cicero. It's due to a door problem going on. Hopefully that resolves pretty soon. I'll send it back to you, Anita.
Okay, thank you, Gabriella. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. Why Southwest Airlines will no longer have to pay a fine for its holiday meltdown in 2022. You remember all those bags sitting for people? Okay. Also, damage at the Louvre in Paris, but this time it wasn't thieves. And we need to get reaction from Luke and Ellis after the Bears lost to the Packers. We're waking him up early. He's going to join us in our 8 o'clock hour to explain. 7:22 right now.
Fox 30.
Welcome back. President Trump is changing which days Americans can get into national parks for free next year. He is removing both Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth as free days and replacing it with his birthday. Removing those prominent civil rights holidays is getting some criticism from activists. Those changes will take effect on January 1st.
President Trump has also reportedly assembled a team of advisors, including Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, to address what ways to combat inflation in beef prices they can come up with. The Labor Department reports the average price for ground beef rose to nearly $6.50 a pound as of September. The president is also calling for the Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission to investigate potential anti-competitive pricing and antitrust practices in the industry.
The Trump administration will waive the remaining $11 million of a civil fine against Southwest Airlines. This fine was put in place for that holiday meltdown back in 2022 that left around 2 million passengers stranded, canceling almost 17,000 flights. The Biden administration fined Southwest $140 million back in 2023. The Department of Transportation says it waived the remainder of that fine because $1 billion into its operations and technology.
Well, nominations for the Golden Globes will be announced this morning. Sinners, Wicked for Good, and One Battle After Another are expected to get a lot of attention. That might be the first time I have ever said that and known, oh, I watched all those movies. And for the first time, the Globes are given a Best Podcast Award. The award show will be held on January 11th. You know, our own Jake Hamilton will be monitoring all of that. Hundreds of works were damaged by a flood caused by a pipe burst at the Louvre Museum in Paris. The flooding damaged at least 300 to 400 works in one of the Egyptian antiquities libraries last week. And museum officials say that some of the damaged pieces were books, some several hundred years old, dating to the late 19th century. The complete count of affected pieces has not been announced.
The college football playoff 12-team bracket is locked in. Indiana, go Hoosiers. Yeah, they moved up to #1 with their huge win over Ohio State on Saturday night in the Big Ten Championship. Buckeyes dropped down to the #2 spot. They will still get a bye. Georgia and Texas Tech, they'll also get a week off. So in the first round, James Madison will play Oregon. Alabama will kick off against Oklahoma. Tulane will take on Ole Miss, and Miami will face Texas A&M. Now, one school not happy about being left out, Notre Dame, which announced fairly dramatic fashion that it will not play in any bowl games.
It's like, we're not making any money for y'all for doing us this way. Yeah, all right. I mean, that means your school has the money to be able to do that too. Caitlin?
All right.
Sure.
Chilly out there this morning. Single digits for western counties in Chicago. We are in the upper teens and low 20s. Today, highs back to the mid and upper 20s. But we're thawing out over the next couple of days before the bottom falls out again heading into the weekend. A full check of your 7-day forecast is coming up.
Welcome back at 7:30 right now. You're watching Good Day Chicago.
We appreciate you joining us. Here's a look at some of the headlines we're following you to kick off the work week. Netflix's deal to buy Warner Brothers could be facing an uphill battle. On Sunday, President Trump told reporters the $72 billion deal could be problematic because of the size of the combined market share for the combined company. Trump also said he plans to be personally involved in the decision.
The Department of Homeland Security says it plans to expand the Trump administration's travel ban. The new restrictions affect people in more than 30 countries. The move comes after the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. last month. One of the victims died. The other is still hospitalized.
Today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is going to be heading to London for more peace talks. This comes after he met with U.S. special envoys over the weekend to discuss the sticking points in President Trump's peace plan. Those talks apparently ended with very little breakthrough.
Jury selection begins this morning in the case of a man shot by Chicago police at a CTA Red Line station.
Yes, Roseanne Tejas is at the Dirksen Federal Building with a preview of the case here. Roseanne, good morning.
Good morning. That jury selection kicks off in about 90 minutes here at Dirksen, and that jury will be charged with determining whether or not Chicago police violated that shooting victim's civil rights. Now, Ariel Roman was shot at the CTA Grand Avenue Red Line station right in the middle of rush hour back in 2020. It was captured on cell phone video, and former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogard was acquitted of criminal charges of aggravated battery and official misconduct in the shooting. She and another officer had struggled with Roman, trying to issue him a citation. Tasers were used, a chemical irritant was sprayed, but officers said he continued to struggle, and Bogard fired at the urging of the other officer. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability determined that shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. So this trial could prove costly to the city if Roman is successful. Once again, we're at the Dirksen Federal Building where jury selection will get underway at 9 o'clock this morning. And the trial expected to last about 10 days. Back to you now in the studio.
Thank you, Roseanne. We are following breaking news this morning as well. Chicago police respond to a deadly crash in the city's Logan Square neighborhood. This was on West Diversey Avenue near Hamlin. Police say 2 women were in a black sedan when the driver lost control, hit a parked car. The vehicle then veered across the road and struck the rear end of a semi-truck. The passenger of the sedan died at the scene. The driver was taken to the hospital and is in good condition. The truck driver was not hurt.
An Indiana man is facing charges in connection to a gruesome murder back in March. Police say 32-year-old DeParis Slaughter is accused of shooting and killing a 68-year-old man in North Lawndale. The home was then set on fire. Crews found the body in the basement. Once they put the fire out, that body had been dismembered. Slaughter was arrested Saturday. He has been charged with both first-degree murder and arson.
More reaction to an incident in Elgin over the weekend involving federal immigration agents. This is some of the new video from this weekend where protesters were seen lining up near the agents. They were trying to conduct immigration enforcement operations in the city, and eventually federal agents deployed chemical irritants on those protesters. Elgin officials say 7 people received medical care due to exposure to the irritants, and Congressman Roger Krishnamurthy is now releasing a statement saying he is outraged by the operation in Elgin. He believes ICE and DHS need to explain what happened and why chemical agents were used.
Today, the Indiana State Senate will take up a new state congressional map. House Republicans approved this on Friday. It is backed by the president and designed to net Republicans 2 more seats in next year's midterms. Currently, Republicans control 7 out of Indiana's 9 congressional seats, and this new map could potentially help the GOP win all 9 seats. Okay, 7:34, very tough morning for us Bears fans. That was a heartbreaker in Lambeau Field yesterday.
It really was, yeah, because we had a chance. The Bears fought back after struggling in the first half of yesterday's game. They drove down the field, just minutes left. You see right here, had a chance to tie it, but Caleb Williams threw an interception in the end zone. Bears lose 28-21. They talked about the loss after the game.
Obviously, our goal is to win every single game, and our goal is to win these games and then get to the playoffs. And so it's a playoff atmosphere, and going versus a rival and things like that. So it's good for us to be able to find ways to rally, and obviously we want to focus on having a better outcome and starting faster and all these different things. But it's definitely it's definitely useful for us.
We'll be a playoff team once we earn enough wins to become a playoff team. So right now we're a 9-win team, and I don't think 9 wins is going to get you in this year. So we got to do what we can to get enough wins to find a way to get into the tournament.
All right, so you heard there, 9 wins likely will not get you in. What he's talking about is that playoff picture. The loss had an impact on the standings. The Bears went from the top spot in the NFC all the way down to 7th. They are now in 2nd place in the division, and they get a rematch with the Packers in a couple of weeks. At least for our egos, we would like to see that
for sure.
come off as a win, playoff implications or not. But we'll have to see how things play out. All right, 7:35 right now as we give you a live look outside, and it really depends on your vantage point as to how much of the sun you're seeing this morning. But we know either way, it is cold, Caitlin.
It's cold for everyone. Yeah, kind of a gray shot here. We have mostly cloudy skies expected from start to finish today. A few flurries around this morning and again this afternoon possible. Temperatures, though, they're lacking. As you just heard, 17 at O'Hare, 16 in Waukegan, 9 in DeKalb, 7 in Aurora, 5 in Morris. So some of us in our western counties in the single digits still. Northwest Indiana temperatures for you are around 10 to about 17 degrees. So we are seeing chilly temperatures to start. And even this afternoon, as our actual high pushes to about 25 degrees, it's going to feel like we're in the upper teens. Tonight, 25. Temperatures are going to be mild, actually, as we climb into tomorrow. A little bit windy. We could see some light, spotty snow showers around tonight. Tomorrow, 39 as our high temperature, which is where we should be for this time of year. But by tomorrow in the evening, the chance for wet weather is back, and it's going to be a sloppy, wintry mix. So here we go. Futurecast for today. Again, quiet conditions, a little bit of light snow around tonight. Then we get into your Tuesday, and we have clouds in place with mild temperatures. And here comes that precipitation. The mixed bag, as I mentioned, 5:45. We're seeing snow, a mix of rain and snow, and rain possible because those temperatures are going to be quite mild. Heading into Wednesday, that's when we are going to have the potential for that rain to turn over to some light snow throughout the area. Here's your 7-day forecast because I promised to show you the temperatures are dropping. By the end of the week, we're looking at 25 on Thursday, Friday, a high of 21 with some light snow possible. And then this weekend, that's when it really gets cold. Friday night dropping down to 2 as our actual temperature. 12 is our high. This Saturday, a high of 12. 19 on Sunday. So very cold air will be here this weekend. But luckily, we have a couple of days tomorrow and on Wednesday for that snow to melt. Let's take a look at some of the photos that you did upload to our Fox 32 weather app. This one from Greg Markey, Indiana Dune State Park. Ooh, this would be so beautiful. This photo, is it in black and white? Greg, I think you changed this to black and white. At least I hope you did. There's a lack of color in this photo. But it is really beautiful. It really paints a wintry picture out there at the Indiana Dunes. I really got to get out there. Ooh. And speaking of Northwest Indiana, here's Valparaiso sunrise from Barbara. That's a beautiful photo. Quite a bit of land back there, too. Maybe that's a park. Oh, no, I thought I saw a deer in the distance, but I think that's just a branch. Very nice. Thanks, Barbara. And this was a sunrise over Hyde Park. This was taken on Friday.
Nice. Beautiful.
Yeah, not many clouds out there Friday morning from Carolyn. That is a stunning view if that's from your place. That's really nice to look at. And Johnny O, the 26th annual U.S. Mackinac Christmas tree delivery.
Oh.
Wow, this is a very festive picture, too. I know I got to walk over to you guys while we're chatting about this photo, but
love to see the Christmas tree deliveries.
Is that up on Mackinac Island?
From maybe the trees from Mackinac?
That's always been on my list.
Over the weekend, goodness, let me see. I wonder if it's there or if these are the ones that come down here.
Yes,
yeah, because I know that was on Saturday. Yeah,
I saw a lot of people buying trees yesterday. Yes, I did. I mean, we had got ours done, I guess, last weekend, but it was a good day to do that.
The tree up last week. Yeah,
nice, getting festive.
She also turned on her heat. Finally.
Yay.
At 5 degrees. Yeah.
Thursday night, it was a moment.
And now the air conditioning is back on. Everyone.
Perfect. All right, let's check out our drive times. We had to break. Everything's in the red, so careful driving out there, everybody. Good morning. We'll be right back.
7:42, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in London today to discuss ongoing peace negotiations with Russia. U.S. and Ukrainian officials wrapped up a third day of talks in Miami on Saturday. Zelensky says Washington and Kyiv see eye to eye on much of the proposed peace deal, but Russian President Vladimir Putin is rejecting key provisions as he continues launching massive attacks on Ukraine.
Hamas and Israel, they're moving toward phase 2 of a U.S.-backed ceasefire agreement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the next phase includes the disarmament of Hamas and withdrawing Israeli forces. Netanyahu says he will discuss any obstacles with President Trump during a in-person visit to the White House that's scheduled to happen at the end of the month. Meantime, the Department of Homeland Security says it plans to expand the U.S. travel ban. This affects citizens from more than 30 countries. We don't know which countries just yet. The new restrictions, these are in addition to the bans that already cover 19 countries, including Afghanistan, Somalia, Iran, and Haiti. And the move comes after the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. last month. One of those victims died. The other remains hospitalized this week. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump has not, again, decided exactly which countries will be on this list of 30 more, and no timeline has been announced to find out.
Protesters lined the streets of a New Orleans suburb over the weekend, calling for an end to immigration crackdowns there. Hundreds of people gathered in Kenner. That is a city with Louisiana's highest concentration of Hispanic residents. State and federal authorities say they are closely monitoring online criticism against ICE, including what they say are threats against agents.
President Trump is facing criticism over a flurry of clemencies, including one for the latest one for former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez. The former Honduran president wrote a letter to the White House after his conviction on drug trafficking charges. He claimed in the letter that he was targeted by the Biden administration. Trump has issued nearly 1,600 clemency grants in his second term. The overwhelming majority of those, 1,500, are related to the January 6th uprising at the Capitol building.
Donald Trump, in terms of the exercise of his pardon power and commutations, is completely and totally out of control.
He was very clear when he came into office that he was most interested in looking at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ.
Dozens of others granted clemency were those who empathized with Trump and his political agenda.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, is heading back to court this morning. His defense team is trying to suppress evidence from his upcoming trial. His lawyers want to suppress statements that he made to police in Pennsylvania. The hearings are only connected to the state criminal case against him. Mangione is also facing federal charges. The 27-year-old has pleaded not guilty.
Crews battled a large fire that broke out in a big vacant building down in Indianapolis. The fire department there said neighbors reported an overnight rave party inside that building with between 50 and 100 people there until about 4 a.m. yesterday morning. Those neighbors say the building's been vacant for more than 20 years and has been repeatedly broken into by squatters. The fire department says it took them more than 3 hours to get the flames under control. Fortunately, nobody was hurt.
All right, here's a look at some of the things coming up on Good Day Chicago on our 8 and 9 o'clock hour, everybody. Bringing in Lou Canellis so we can talk about the Bears and where we go from here. Keep it right here.
Welcome back. A federal jury is set to decide on whether Chicago police officers may have violated the civil rights of a man when they shot him at a CTA station.
Former Officer Melvina Bogard was acquitted of aggravated battery and official misconduct for shooting Ariel Roman at the Red Line Grand Avenue station back in 2020. But the Civilian Office of Police Accountability determined that the shooting was unjustified later and violated department policy. The trial is expected to last 10 days.
The Illinois Department of Public Health says will continue to recommend the hepatitis B vaccine for newborns, despite a federal vaccine panel's decision on Friday to end it. Earlier this month, Governor J.B. Pritzker signed a law calling on the state to issue its own vaccine guidance.
It was a true nail-biter between the Bears and the Packers. Oh, boy. Last night's game came down to the very last minute. That play right there was when the door closed. We came up short. The Bears were in a place to tie the game in the last 27 seconds when Caleb Williams' pass was intercepted there on the 4th down. The Packers take the win, ending the Bears' reign at the top of the conference. And what was it? We can hold on to not having one loss in November. And regroup now.
And yeah, and we got a chance at redemption on the 20th, I believe.
28th.
The 28th, is that
28th, I think, is when we face the Packers again here next time. And this weekend, we're up against the Browns. So we'll see. Beautiful day out there, even though it's, you can just see the chill.
You can. You can see it.
Before you feel it, Caitlin.
The votes are all gone, folks. Yeah, it is very cold outside. Today, temperatures are going to be reaching into the mid and upper 20s. It's going to feel like we're in the teens this afternoon. Right now, though, you're stepping out the door to 17 degrees with that west-southwest breeze at 3 miles per hour. So within these clouds, you could see a flurry, perhaps, but that's about it. Overall, a quiet day. Temperatures are ranging right now from 7 in Aurora to 6 in Morris, as well as LaSalle, Northwest Indiana. Temperatures for you are in the mid to upper teens from Merrillville to Gary. Feeling like we could be at 6, though, in Gary, 12 at O'Hare, 18 at the lakefront, 4 in Morris, 3 in Kankakee. So it's cold. Our day planner has those clouds sticking with us through the day. Temperatures around 24 degrees by 12. Again, highs right around 25 or 26, but the wind chill, this is our wind chill over the next 12 hours, only reaching about 16. So it is going to be a cold day from start to finish. 7-day forecast, we warm up a little bit tomorrow, around 40 as our high. That's normal for this time of year. Tomorrow and on Wednesday, we're going to be thawing, finally getting some melting going in Chicagoland, but we have some wet weather coming. By tomorrow evening, we could see a rain-snow mix, and then on Wednesday, a little bit of light snow around. Then temperatures drop down to 25 as our high on Thursday, Friday 21 with some light snow around. This weekend, main headline, cold. Highs are going to be around 12 on Saturday after a morning low of 2, and then Saturday night down to 5 before a high of only 19. That's a check of the forecast. Let's look at your commute.
Okay, drive time stacking up out there. A couple accidents of note. There's one on the Dan Ryan slow ramp on the inbound side there as you come off the Stevenson. So heads up there. Also, they're investigating that fatal overnight crash in Logan Square. So a couple buses on Diversey up in the Logan Square neighborhood. Those are being rerouted. So heads up. Also, if you take the Metro, there are delays on 5 different lines today. So check the app, okay, if you take the Metro, Milwaukee District North, the Union, the BNSF line, I should say, Milwaukee District West, and North Central service all affected. Okay, to your drive times inbound on the Kennedy from the big airport to downtown, you're at nearly an hour there. Same deal on the Eisenhower, 58 minutes between Route 390 and downtown. On the Stevenson, you're at 49 minutes between I-355 and DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And inbound on the Dan Ryan between 95th and downtown, you are at 41 minutes. President Trump is changing which days Americans can get into national parks for free next year. He is removing both Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth as free days, and he is adding his birthday. Removing those prominent civil rights holidays from the list is leading to criticism from activists. The changes will take effect on January 1st.
President Trump has also reportedly assembled a team of advisors, including Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, to address ways to combat inflation in beef prices. The Labor Department reports the average price for ground beef rose to nearly $6.50 a pound as of September. The president is also calling for the Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission to investigate potential anti-competitive pricing and antitrust practices in the industry.
The Trump administration will waive the remaining $11 million of civil fines against Southwest Airlines. The fine was imposed after that meltdown in 2022 during the holidays, left around 2 million passengers stranded, canceled almost 17,000 flights. The Biden administration had fined the airline $140 million in 2023. The Department of Transportation says it waived the remainder because Southwest has since invested more than $1 billion into operations and technology.
Just remember some of our friends, even from this station, that were
affected.
Yeah, bags in different places and having to wait in different airports. Well, the nominations are in for the Golden Globes, and they were announced just minutes ago. Paul Thomas Anderson has been nominated as Best Director for One Battle After Another. It was a really good movie. Ryan Coogler as well for directing Sinners, which was awesome. And Cynthia Erivo nominated for Best Female Actor in Film for Wicked for Good. Congratulations to her. And Ariana Grande for Best Supporting Female Actor, too, for the first time. The Globes are giving a Best Podcast Award. This is for the first time. The award show will be held on January 11th, so lots to look forward to from that and plenty more to look forward to here on Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here at 7:55.
I was very
Welcome back, Americans. We have all taken on an additional $16 billion worth of credit card debt so far this year. That's according to preliminary data from Wallet Hub. It now brings Americans' total credit card debt, get ready for it, $1.3 trillion. Oof. We like our debt here. Okay, employers have announced nearly 1,200,000 jobs were cut through the month of November this year. That is an increase of 54% over the same period last year, where almost 800,000 layoffs were announced. This data come from a report by Challenger, Gray & Christmas. This year's layoffs were the highest since the pandemic.
Debt and layoffs do not go together well. The Trump administration will waive the remaining $11 million of a civil fine against Southwest Airlines. The fine is for a holiday meltdown in 2022 that left around 2 million passengers stranded and canceled almost 17,000 flights. The Biden administration fined Southwest $140 million in 2023. The Transportation Department later said that it credited the Dallas-based airline with all but $35 million of the fine because Southwest compensated its customers. A portable charger sold on Amazon is being recalled because it could overheat and catch fire. Yikes. The recall is for the INIU power bank. There have been 15 reports of overheating. Don't want to see any more. 11 fires that caused 3 minor burns and property damage of more than $380,000. If you have these, consumer safety officials say you should file a claim on the company's website for a refund.
Dollar General says it's getting ready to open about 450 new stores over the next year. The chain store says it's going to be putting more focus on rural areas as well as expanding its selection of refrigerated foods. Dollar General also says thousands of its stores will be remodeled.
Yeah, giving a lot of people a low-cost option.
Yeah.
Google reveals that its users' top searches of the year include this list right here, okay? The year-end search 2025 includes people, sports, and technology. The top search was Charlie Kirk, who, of course, was shot in a very public fashion and killed on September 10th. That was followed by the Netflix film K-pop Demon Hunters that all the kids want images of, and toys connected to it. And speaking of toys, Labubu's, the popular line of collectible toys, made the list. Apple's release of its new iPhone 17 came in at number 4. President Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill rounded out the top 5.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
And now at 8, the excessive force trial tied to a police shooting at a CTA station is set to begin. We are live ahead of the jury selection with what's at stake.
Chicago Bears looking to claw their way back from a tough loss yesterday against the Packers. Fox 32 Sports' Luke Canellis is going to be joining us to talk about what this means for the playoff picture, where the team goes from here.
President Donald Trump shifting his focus to the economy as the Federal Reserve gets ready for another possible interest rate cut. It's a big week.
Yes, it is. And winter is having a big couple of weeks here. Snowiest start in decades. Yeah, we're having ourselves a winter so far. We're only a week into December. Caitlin is here to talk about our next chance for snowflakes. Caitlin, in terms of snowfall, we're almost to last year's total,
yeah,
right?
17.1 inches so far.
Early.
I know
Too soon.
Yes. Yes. But we have more in the forecast, as Anthony mentioned.
Yeah.
The snow removal teams are like, yes.
Exactly.
Right, that's true. You know, I'm excited just over the next couple of days, pushing to the upper 30s, finally going to have some of that ice, the chunks of ice melt at the end of my driveway. All right, right now it is cold. Today we are going to be below freezing with highs only reaching the mid to upper 20s, but currently it's 18 degrees outside, a southwest breeze at 3 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy skies lasting throughout the day. Right now it is 4 in Morris as well as Aurora. These are the actual temperatures, by the way. 16 in Gary, 19 in Midway. Temperatures feel like we could be around 13 at O'Hare and 2 in Joliet. 2 degrees below zero is the wind chill in LaSalle. So chilly start, yes, but our day planner shows those mostly cloudy skies and temperatures reaching around 24 degrees by 1. We could see a flurry around this morning and maybe this afternoon, but the better chance for wet weather is right around the corner starting Tuesday evening, but the warmth is back tomorrow and Wednesday. A full check of your forecast is coming up.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. A federal jury will decide whether a man shot by Chicago police at a CTA station had his civil rights violated.
Roseanne Tejas is right outside the Dirksen Federal Building with the very latest on this trial that's starting later today. Roseanne?
Yes, in just about an hour, jury selection will get underway. And while the officer who fired the shots was cleared of any criminal wrongdoing, this case could still be costly to the city if successful. Ariel Roman was shot at the CTA Grand Avenue Red Line station right in the middle of rush hour in 2020. The incident captured on cell phone video. Former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogart was acquitted of criminal charges of aggravated battery and official misconduct for that shooting. She and another officer had struggled with Roman, trying to issue him a citation. Tasers were fired. A chemical irritant was sprayed, but officers said Roman continued to struggle, and Bogart fired at the urging of the other officer. Well, the Civilian Office of Police Accountability determined the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. Now, that trial, again, starts with jury selection at 9 a.m. here at the Dirksen Federal Building. It's expected to take about 2 weeks. Back to you now in the studio.
Roseanne, thank you. Also breaking this morning, at least one person is dead after a serious crash in Chicago's Logan Square neighborhood. Police were called to West Diversey Avenue around 1:30 a.m. They say two women in a black sedan were heading west when the driver lost control and hit a parked car. Then she veered into oncoming traffic and hit a semi-truck. Her passenger was thrown from the car and died. The driver is expected to survive. The semi-driver was not hurt. We're also following breaking news out of Nigeria. 100 children abducted from a Catholic school last month have been released. But more than 100 remain in captivity. At least 300, along with 12 teachers, were abducted when gunmen attacked on November 21st. No specific group has claimed responsibility, but locals blame armed gangs.
An Indiana man is facing charges in connection to a murder back in March. 32-year-old DeParis Slaughter is accused of shooting and killing a 68-year-old man in North Lawndale. The home was then set on fire. After putting the fire out, crews found the victim's body dismembered in the basement. Slaughter was arrested Saturday. He has been charged with first-degree murder and arson.
This morning, we're seeing reaction to an incident in Elgin involving federal immigration agents. New video from over the weekend shows protesters lining up near agents during immigration enforcement operations in the city. Eventually, the agents deployed tear gas on those protesters. City officials say 7 people were hurt. And in a statement, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy says that he is outraged by the operation and believes ICE and DHS need to explain what happened and why chemical agents were used.
The Illinois Department of Public Health says it will continue to recommend the hepatitis B vaccine for newborns, despite federal vaccine panel's decision on Friday to end this. Governor J.B. Pritzker signed a law earlier this month calling on the state to issue its own vaccine guidance. The federal panel voted on Friday to end this recommendation that all babies in the U.S. get that vaccine within 24 hours after they are born. Its members were selected by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And this was a hard-fought game. Lambeau Field, yeah. Nail-biter between arch rivals Bears and Packers.
Yeah, last night's game came down to the very last minute. Bears coming up short here of, you know, Ben Johnson's goal of beating Matt LaFleur twice in a year. They were down 28-21 with just under 30 seconds left when Caleb Williams made that pass to Cole Kmet, but it was intercepted. Bears fall 9-4. Currently sit in second place in the NFC North. And this is what Williams and Bears head coach Ben Johnson had to say about that final play.
I mean, we got a lot of options there. I don't know exactly who's going to pop necessarily, but between the options that we have and then Caleb using his legs was hopeful we could find a way to get a yard there.
You know, rolled out and saw Cole and tried to give him a big boy ball, try and let him go up for it because I ended up seeing 25 starting to sprint, and so tried to slow him up and kind of give him a chance in those moments. It's got to have it moment, and they had a guy trailing me, and so didn't feel that I could go get it myself, and so just got to give Cole a better shot at it.
Yeah, the Bears went from having the top seed in NFC down the list to 7th and final playoff spot. So we're really on that bubble. The Packers move up to number 2, just behind the Los Angeles Rams that have been on fire lately. The Bears will get another shot at Green Bay on December 20th here on Fox 32 Chicago. So meanwhile, they'll focus on the Cleveland Browns, Shedeur Sanders, for this upcoming weekend.
Yep. Okay, we're going to be talking about with Lou about the whole playoff picture in detail shortly. You are not imagining it if you've been thinking to yourself, gosh, we've gotten a lot of winter really early this year. Yeah, it's officially Chicago's snowiest start of the season since 1978. And a lot of us had upwards of 5 inches of snow over the weekend between Saturday and Sunday. So with that, the official total, 17.1 inches so far this season. We mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, but that is nearly the entire amount from winter, this past winter. That was what, 17.6?
Yeah. And it's so soon. That's the thing about it. I think, if it was like, if we were talking in February about this, it'd be like, oh, okay, all right, But now you're like, wait, is this what it's going to be like through February?
And more wet weather on the way. In fact, we have rounds of snow expected this week. Today, we could see some flurries around as we work our way through Tuesday evening, Wednesday, wet weather, a mixed bag of precipitation because we are going to have temperatures pushing above freezing. But here's those weather headlines that Anthony was just breaking down. So just to show it to you, quickest start to the snow season since 1978, when 24.1 inches fell. 15.4 inches of snow has come down in the past 9 days. And that's the most in a 9-day period since February of 2021, when 15.2 inches fell. And as we just said, 17.1 inches so far this year and 17.6 inches in the entire season last year. Temperatures outside this morning, they're cold, feeling very winter-like. 18 at O'Hare, 20 at the lakefront, 4 in Aurora as well as Morris. Northwest Indiana, 10 to 14 degrees, but a wind chill of down to below 0 for some. Like in LaSalle, it feels like 2 degrees below 0. 2 in Joliet, 4 in Valpo as well as Kankakee, and 13 at the lakefront. Highs today, well, we're going to be in the upper 20s, which is still well below where we should be for this time of year. Our normal high is 39, and I do expect to be right around 27. And then tomorrow, we're going to have temperatures reaching the upper 30s. So we finally get to start to melt out there as we flirt with 40. But we have the chance for wet weather, as I just teased, starting tomorrow evening. I'll time that out for you and show you the 7-day forecast, including our very cold weekend ahead.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. And the time now has come for the nominations of the Golden Globes Awards. They are in, releasing their list of directors and actors who are up for an award just minutes ago. And we're going to break down which movies got the nods ahead.
Also, we are live in D.C. as President Donald Trump shifts his focus from international issues to the economy and cutting costs.
It's also the giving season, and Fox 32 Chicago, PNC Bank, and the Chicago Bears are teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. Every dollar you give now will triple to provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org.
Chicago.
All right, it's 8:12 right now, and a federal jury is set to decide on whether Chicago police officers violated a man's civil rights when they shot him at a CTA station.
Former officer Melvina Bogart was acquitted of aggravated battery and official misconduct for shooting Ariel Roman at the Red Line Grand Avenue stop back in 2020. But the Civilian Office of Police Accountability determined the shooting was unjustified and violated department policy. This trial is expected to last about 10 days.
The Illinois Department of Public Health says it will continue to recommend the hepatitis B vaccine for newborns, despite a federal vaccine panel's decision on Friday to end it. It comes after Governor J.B. Pritzker signed a law earlier this month calling on the state to issue its own vaccine guidance.
All right, the Bears licking their wounds a little bit after last night's heartbreaking loss against the Packers. Bears, they played horribly in the first half. They were down by a touchdown in the final quarter. They were in a position to tie things up right at the end, but Caleb Williams' pass was intercepted. The Packers take the win, ending the Bears' reign at the top of the NFC. Bears will get another shot at Green Bay on December 20th. That game is unfolding right here on your home of the Bears, Fox 32 Chicago, as they prep for Cleveland. Okay, new this morning, Netflix's deal to buy Warner Brothers could be facing an uphill battle. This is no done deal. Late Sunday, President Trump told reporters the $72 billion deal could pose problems because of the size of the combined market share involved here. Trump also said he plans to be personally involved in the terms and the decision here. If it's approved, the merger would put two of the largest streaming services under the same ownership. Meantime, the Department of Homeland Security says it plans to expand the Trump administration's travel ban, affecting citizens from an additional 30 countries. These new restrictions are in addition to the existing bans that cover 19 nations, including Afghanistan, Somalia, Iran, and Haiti. And the move comes after the shooting of two National Guard members in Washington, D.C. last month, one of whom died. The other remains hospitalized. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump has not decided which countries will be among the 30 additional. No timeline has been announced.
Today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is heading to London for more peace talks. He'll meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. It comes after Zelensky met with U.S. special envoys over the weekend to discuss sticking points with President Trump's 28-point peace plan, but the talks ended with little breakthrough. Elon Musk is calling for the European Union to be abolished after the bloc hit X with a $140 million fine. The European Union and that commission says the platform violated the Digital Services Act with its deceptive use of the blue check mark to identify verified users, as well non-compliance with transparency requirements and access to public data. All right, the nominations are in for the Golden Globes. We look forward to this each year. They were announced just minutes ago for Best Picture in a Drama, Frankenstein, Hamnet, It Was Just an Accident, and The Secret Agent, also Sinners. For Best Picture, Musical or Comedy, Blue Moon, Blugonia, Marty Supreme, No Other Choice, Nouvelle Vague, and One Battle After Another. Joel Edgerton, Train Dreams, Oscar Isaac, Frankenstein, Dwayne Johnson, the Smashing Machine.
There we go.
You know, whenever you do that like body transformation for a movie, that's usually when you're going to see the awards here. And he had a pretty stunning one. Michael B. Jordan for Sinners, playing two people at once, the twins. Wagner Moura, The Secret Agent, Jeremy Allen White, Springsteen, Deliver Me from Nowhere, also in there. And let's see. Best Female Actor, Jessie Buckley, Hamnet. Jennifer Lawrence, Die My Love. Renee Rentz, Sentimental Value. Julia Roberts, After the Hunt. Tessa Thompson, Hedda. Eva Victor, Sorry Baby. Also, musical or comedy, Cynthia Erivo, Wicked for Good, Chase Infinity, One Battle After Another. And male actor, musical or comedy, Leonardo DiCaprio, One Battle After Another, Ethan Hawke, Blue Moon.
Okay, go team. Go team. Jake will be all over
anything that you know, struck you?
I'm just realizing didn't really make it out to the movies this year. I don't think I've seen
rare.
any of those.
Yeah.
I'm batting 0.
Usually when that list comes out, I'm like, now I need to go see these. But this time I'm like, okay, like I went to go see Wicked for Good. Sinners was fantastic.
I want to see that one.
Yeah, and One Battle After Another was really interesting too.
Leo.
It was kind of all over the place.
Paul Thomas Anderson. Yeah. Okay, well, congrats to all the nominees. It's 8:17. Caitlin, our early winter continues. It's just been relentless this month so far.
It has been, yes. And today we're starting off with temperatures in the single digits for some. It's going to be winter again, yes. 4 degrees in Morris, 7 at LaSalle, 20 at the lakefront, 18 at O'Hare. These are the actual temperatures. Feeling even colder this afternoon. These temperatures are going to be into the 20s, mid to upper 20s, but it's going to feel like we're still in the teens. So a cold day ahead with mostly cloudy skies. There's a chance for a few flurries around this morning and again this afternoon, but most are going to miss out on that altogether. Here's your next 12 hours. As mentioned, temperatures reaching around 25 or 26, but we have mostly cloudy skies, and it's going to feel like we're in the teens. Tonight, we're dropping to the 20s, really staying in the 20s, I should say. And then tomorrow, we are climbing to about 40 degrees. We're flirting with 40 on your Tuesday, but we have the chance for wet weather in the evening, and it's going to be a little bit windy tomorrow as well as on Wednesday. Winds around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Here's your futurecast for today. Again, a few clouds around. Tonight, we could see a light, spotty snow shower here or there. Most of us staying dry. But then we move into tomorrow, and we're starting off with the mild temperatures. But in the afternoon and evening, 5:45, and we have a mixed bag of precipitation from snow to rain. And then as we work our way into Wednesday, it's going to be a mild day, but we still could have a little bit of snow around. Temperatures are going to be high enough that we're going to start to thaw throughout Chicagoland for a couple of days before the bottom falls out yet again. We are ending the week with a high of 25 on Thursday, Friday 21, chance for a little bit of light snow. This weekend, very cold temperatures. That's the headline. Starting off Saturday morning with 2 and an actual high of 12. And then we're down to 5. And then we're climbing to 19 on Sunday. So a very winter-esque weekend. At least it is looking dry. Back to you.
Thank you, Caitlin. President Trump is shifting his focus to the economy this week, responding to voter anxiety over rising prices.
As Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, that includes a stop in a key battleground state.
Thank you very much, Pennsylvania, and God bless America.
President Trump has been to Pennsylvania through one campaign after another, and this week it is back to that familiar ground to talk numbers.
Our country is doing well. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world right now.
The president talking up the country last night on his way into the Kennedy Center honors as the administration began driving an economic message through the weekend.
The real incomes are up about 1%. And what we're not going to do is say that Americans don't know what they're feeling. We've been working on it every day.
And look for the president this week to point out some bright spots, including energy prices. And the White House makes the case that most big price spikes were locked in under the Biden administration when inflation soared. But that argument may only go so far.
Even though today's roughly 3% inflation is a lot lower than it was in that summer of 2022 with Joe Biden, where it was going over 9%. We want zero. We want stable prices.
And after economic messages largely drove Democratic victories in last month's off-year elections, Democrats think they can keep hammering the president over what they call an affordability crisis.
People are not stupid. Costs are not down. They're going up. The president has even said affordability is a scam. What kind of bubble does he live in?
All right, so, Doug, the Federal Reserve is getting ready for its final meeting of the year. So much anticipation on this one. Fed Chair Jerome Powell earlier this year, September, said, I don't know if there's going to be another cut in December, but now it looks like they may actually have a rate cut for us. How could things change?
Well, the administration really wants to see rates cut. I mean, this has caused a lot of tension between the White House and the Fed chairman. You know, we'll see what the Fed does. Anyone that knows for sure what the Fed is going to do is in line to make a whole lot of money here. It's very difficult to predict, but certainly the market has some kind of baked-in expectations at this point. You know, the Fed's big concern is the same concern that really all of us have, which is the impact of inflation, which still remains a little higher than the Fed would like to see, even though it's down from the highs that we saw during the Biden administration.
All right. Anita mentioned Jerome Powell. The president apparently has said he has a pick for who's going to take the baton from Jerome Powell. What impact could a new pick have on the rest of the president's time in office, Doug?
Well, if it's someone more in line with the president's thinking, we're much more likely to see rate cuts in the offing, which, again, is something the president would like to see, to give the economy a little bit of a jolt. On the other hand, when there's too much available money, that can also trigger inflation. So that's the great balancing act for the Fed.
It is a fine line for sure. Thank you, Doug. We appreciate you as always.
Thank you.
All right, after a good day, we have a jam-packed show. Anthony and Caitlin will be off to the races with Chicago now starting at 10 a.m. Winter's off to an early start. We've been saying that. So we've got more snow on Sunday. And when it starts piling up, it can be dangerous. A cardiologist weighs in on how old is too old to be shoveling. Yeah, that's a really important conversation. And it's an underappreciated part of Christmas. A senior editor at the Toy Insider has some great tips to upgrade your stocking game. Plus, we're talking with the director and lead actor of a brand new holiday rom-com set in Chicago. Can you guess which parts of the city they chose to highlight? So many places to choose from. You got to find out beginning at 10 a.m. It's 8:23 right now.
All right, last night's game between the Bears and Packers coming down literally to the last minute. Bears were down in the fourth quarter. They were in a position to tie the game, came up short there. Caleb Williams' pass intercepted on fourth down there. Packers get the win, ending the Bears' reign at the top of the conference. So we are bringing in Lou Canellis here to talk about kind of what is next on the horizon. Does this change the picture at all in terms of, the Bears' immediate and short-term goals here, Lou? Or is this just a tough game that they couldn't pull out?
Yeah, tough game that they couldn't pull out, Anthony. And no, it doesn't change, the goals for this Bears team. They do drop from first in the NFC to seventh, but that just tells you how tough the NFC is this season. Typically, a team might get into the playoffs with 9 wins, 10 wins for sure. Listen, you may need 11. Look at those teams right now. You got the Rams #1, Packers move into the 2 seed. I mean, you may need 11 wins to just get into the playoffs. So it doesn't change things for the Bears. I actually looked at last night's game, and while disappointed that they couldn't pull that out, I feel really good about this Bears team. Ben Johnson has said in the past that sometimes a team needs a loss to just reconnect, between the coaching staff and the players to get the players' attention, to make sure that they come back to work on Monday and work harder, work as hard as they have all year long, so they're ready for the Cleveland Browns. And I look back at last night's game, the way the Bears fought in the second half at Lambeau Field to get back in that football game and had a shot not only to tie, but if you ask Lou Cadellis, Ben Johnson's going for 2. If they score a touchdown there, he's going for the win. I think the Bears really played well, especially in the second half at Lambeau Field.
They really did. Now, in terms of weak spots here, what did you kind of notice yesterday? I heard Caleb Williams allude to the fact that they need to get out to a better start.
I don't think a lot of these guys were ready for the moment. And he's right. Caleb Williams, look at the way the Bears played in the first half. I don't think the Bears were ready for the moment at Lambeau Field. And here's why. A number of the Bears have never been in this position before. I relayed it during Bears Game Day Live with Anthony Herron and Cassie Carlson and Tina Witt. All right, guys like DJ Moore, 8 years in the league. Andrew Billings, 8 years in the league. Cole Kmet, Jalen Johnson. These guys have never been part of a winning season. All right, they are now on a winning team. If the Bears were to lose every game from here on out, they would finish with a winning season at 9-8. Bears, like these guys I just mentioned, they have never been part of a winning season. So they go to Green Bay, and wow, the magnitude of the rivalry. Lambeau Field, Packers fans, the hatred that they have towards the Bears, and now the rivalry means something, I think caught some of the Bears by surprise. Now, there may be a viewer out there who said, well, they were ready for the moment in Philadelphia. The Eagles are a mess, not the Packers. Packers, man, are hungry. Last thing they were going to allow is for the Bears to come into their house and win. And still in the second half, at halftime, you had a coaching staff for the Bears that made adjustments and put their team in position to win.
Lou, you're absolutely right. This is a rivalry again. Remember that moment? We were confused whether a punch was thrown at one moment there. I think that was in the first half. Lou, thank you very much for your perspective this morning. We'll hope to get him on the 20th. We get a little rematch opportunity. Appreciate it, sir.
All right, Anthony.
All right, have a good one. We're not just talking about the Bears at 8:45. We're talking college football with the playoff bracket now set and a surprising team. Hoosiers. Yes, Caitlin, they're on top. My alma mater.
Were you on the football team?
That is funny. Oh, if my friends just heard you remind you, all 138 pounds of my college self.
You had the letters drawn on your chest.
That's right.
All right, temperatures outside this morning. It's cold, single digits for some. Temperatures are going to feel like we're in the teens even this afternoon. We have a nice warm up coming, though, over the next couple of days. A full check of your forecast is ahead.
8:33 right now, and jury selection begins this morning in the case of a man shot by Chicago police at a CTA red line station. Roseanne is live at the Dirksen Federal Building with a preview. Good morning, Roseanne.
Good morning. Once that jury is seated, they'll be charged with deciding whether or not Chicago police violated that man's civil rights. Ariel Roman was shot at a CTA red line station at Grand Avenue in the middle of rush hour back in 2020. A former Chicago police officer, Malvina Bogard, was acquitted on criminal charges of aggravated battery and official misconduct in the shooting. She and another officer had struggled with Roman, trying to issue him a citation. Tasers were fired, a chemical irritant sprayed, but officers said Roman continued to struggle and Bogard fired. Well, the Civilian Office of Police Accountability determined the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. The trial could prove costly to the city if Roman is successful. Now, once again, the jury will be seated starting at 9 o'clock. The trial expected to run about 2 weeks at the Dirksen Federal Building. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. And breaking now, Paramount Skydance is challenging Netflix's offer to buy Warner Brothers with a bit of its own. The company says it's going straight to shareholders with a $30 per share in cash offer. It comes as President Trump expresses concern about the deal. On Sunday, he told reporters the $72 billion bid could be a problem because of the combined market share. Trump said that he plans to be involved in the decision. And the Department of Homeland Security says it plans to expand the Trump administration's travel ban. The new restrictions affect people in more than 30 countries. The move comes after the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. Last month, one of the victims died. The other is still hospitalized. Today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is heading to London for more peace talks. It comes after he met with U.S. special envoys over the weekend to discuss sticking points with President Trump's 28-point peace plan. The talks ended with little breakthrough.
All right, it was a true nail-biter between the Bears and the Packers.
Yeah, last night's game came down to the very last minute, but the Bears came up short. You just have to wonder, what if we had started on fire? You know, we were coming from behind. They were down 28-21 before this moment, just 30 seconds left in the game when Caleb Williams' pass to Cole Kmet was intercepted, and the Bears now fall to 9-4. It's not shabby. It currently sits in second place in the NFC North. The problem is it may not be enough this year for the playoffs. And this is what Williams and Bears head coach Ben Johnson had to say about the play.
I mean, we had a lot of options there. I don't know exactly who's going to pop necessarily, but between the options that we have and then Caleb using his legs, was hopeful we could find a way to get a yard there.
You know, rolled out and saw Cole and tried to give him a big boy ball, try and let him go up for it, because I ended up seeing 25 starting to sprint, and so tried to slow him up and kind of give him a chance in those moments. It's got to have it moment, and they had a guy trailing me, and so didn't feel that I could go get it myself, and so just got to give Cole a better shot at it.
So, yeah, the Bears went from having the top spot in the entire NFC down that list to 7th and the final playoff spot. The Packers move up to number 2, just behind the Los Angeles Rams. The Bears will get another shot at Green Bay on December 20th, now on our home territory here on Fox 32. You're home with the Bears. Meanwhile, they'll focus on the Cleveland Browns for this weekend's game.
All right. You are not imagining it. Winter is here much earlier than normal. It is officially Chicago's snowiest start of the season since 1978. It comes after as much as 5 inches of snow fell between Saturday and Sunday. So with that, Chicago is now up to just over 17 inches of snow accumulation this season, which is almost more than we saw all of last winter.
But somebody's happy about it for sure. I don't know who, but I know somebody out there is happy about it.
The plow drivers.
You know, it's got to be the folks whose jobs depend on it,
right.
Caitlin.
Oh, yeah. You know, I have to say it's been enjoyable, too, at times. Anthony and I talked about it.
I agree, because these snowfalls have been on weekends. And they've strategically been on the weekend where it hasn't snarled the rush hour commute.
Exactly. So today we're going to have generally quiet conditions. A few flurries are possible early today and again this afternoon. Even tonight, some light, spotty snow. But temperatures are going to be cold, really. I think that's going to be our headline for the day, because right now we're sitting at 20 degrees. But highs are only going to reach the mid-20s for us in Chicago. and it's going to feel like the teens. Currently, though, you are in the single digits still. From Aurora to Morris to LaSalle, you're below 10, so make sure you dress warm this morning, layer it on up. We do have mostly cloudy skies expected from start to finish today. Our futurecast does show, as I said, 25, 26 degrees as our high, low 20s for western areas, quickly dropping down to the teens by this evening. And then we have the chance for a little bit of spotty light snow tonight. Tomorrow, it's going to be a very mild day. So if you're sick of the snow and you still have it on the ground and you're thinking, when is this going to melt? Tomorrow and on Wednesday, temperatures are expected to push into the 30s. And we have some wet weather to assist in the melting. So this is 445, a mixed bag of precipitation. Again, Tuesday, not today. But with that, we're going to have that potential for rain lingering through the night. And then we get into Wednesday, and we have the chance for some light snow around. But temperatures are going to be back to the 30s. Here's your futurecast to show the quiet conditions today, mostly cloudy skies, temperatures in the mid-20s. Heading into tomorrow, again, we could see some light snow tonight. Tomorrow, the potential for precipitation increases by the evening. And then we do have that chance for some wraparound moisture and some light snow on Wednesday, too. Back to you.
All right, thank you. The nominations are in for the Golden Globes. They were announced just moments ago. So let's go through a few of our highlights here. For Best Picture in Drama, Frankenstein, Hamnet, It Was Just an Accident, The Secret Agent, and Sinners. For Best Film, Musical or Comedy, Blue Moon, Begonia, Marty Supreme, No Other Choice, Nouvelle Vague, and One Battle After Another. Let's go to Best Actor in a Drama. Joel Edgerton, Train Dreams, Oscar Isaac, Frankenstein, Dwayne Johnson, The Smashing Machine, Michael B. Jordan, Sinners, Wagner Moura, The Secret Agent, Jeremy Allen White, Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, Jesse Buckley, Hamnet, Jennifer Lawrence, Die My Love, Renee Riencev, Sentimental Value for Best Female Actor, Julia Roberts, After the Hunt, Tessa Thompson, Hedda, Eva Victor, Sorry Baby. And for Female Actor, Musical or Comedy, Cynthia Erivo, Wicked for Good, Chase Infinity, One Battle After Another. Male Actor, Musical or Comedy, Leonardo DiCaprio, One Battle After Another. Ethan Hawke, Blue Moon. So plenty to choose from. We shall see who comes out on top. And, of course, our own Jake Hamilton will be back by tomorrow, and he can give us all of his hot takes on what he thinks, the snubs and the ones that, you know, he thinks are going to top the list. All right, there's no place like Chicago during the holidays. We've got the scoop on the hidden gems that you're going to want to check out. Secret Chicago joins us at 9 to talk about their Christmas time bucket list. It's 8:41 right now.
Breaking now, Paramount Skydance is challenging Netflix's offer to buy Warner Brothers with a bid of its own. The company says it's going straight to shareholders with a $30 per share in cash offer. This all comes as President Trump is expressing concern about the deal with Netflix. Yesterday, he told reporters the $72 billion bid could be a problem because of the size of the combined market share there. Trump said he plans to be involved in the decision personally. If approved, this merger would put two of the world's largest streaming services under the same ownership.
Today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is heading to London for more peace talks. He'll meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. It comes after Zelensky met with U.S. special envoys over the weekend to discuss sticking points with President Trump's 28-point peace plan. But the talks ended with little breakthrough.
Okay, we're getting a lot of winter early in the season this year. Let's check in with Caitlin for the details about how today and this week is going to unfold.
I just ate a pretzel too, you guys. Sorry. You're like, weather's coming up. What? Pretzel. Okay, let's talk about this forecast. I can still get through this. Today we're going to have mostly cloudy skies. It will be a chilly day, though. Temperatures reaching the mid to upper 20s, but the wind chill is going to be in the teens. So that's what you really need to know. Today, generally quiet conditions. You may see a flurry out there this afternoon, but that's about it. So when you're dressing today, make sure you layer it up. You need the winter jacket. Temperatures are going to be warming up over the next couple of days. But we also have the chance for some wet weather. So here's your futurecast. As we head on into the afternoon, we have that southerly breeze. Tomorrow, we're going to start off with a chance for a little bit of snow, really tonight into early tomorrow. Most of us are going to stay dry, though, until tomorrow evening. Then we get hit with precipitation, a mixed bag. We have the rain, the snow, and a little bit of a variety in between. This is going to continue. You can see Tuesday, 9:45, finally starting to dry out for a short time before we have the chance for some light snow again on Wednesday. Now, tomorrow and also on Wednesday, it's going to be mild. Temperatures flirting with 40 both days, which is where we should be for this time of year. As we work our way to Thursday and Friday, though, we're dropping from the 30s down to the 20s, 25 Thursday, Friday, a high of 21. And then it really gets cold with lows in the single digits. 2 degrees Saturday morning, 12 is our high, 5 degrees Sunday morning, 19 is our high. So I know we're getting closer to the holidays, Christmas, thinking about plans with your kiddos. Make sure you do something inside this weekend because it is going to be brutally cold. In the meantime, today it is going to be a day below normal, but generally quiet with 27 as our high. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Just a few moments ago, we were talking about the Golden Globes list and who topped the list and who got snubbed. The same goes for the college football landscape right around now. This past weekend, there were massive games with a playoff bracket now set, and the team on top has surprised everyone. We are joined by podcaster and sports radio host Mark Garman. Thanks so much for dropping in on us, especially after such a big weekend.
Anita, good morning. Thanks for having me. It's there's lots of upset people down in South Bend and Notre Dame fans everywhere. And yes, Indiana, wow, beating Ohio State, that was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I watched, Georgia over Alabama, Texas Tech, that, surprised a lot of people. Indiana is on a run with their new coach that is just, it feels a little magical.
Yeah, it also feels like anything's possible because the Indiana Hoosiers, great basketball school, but football has never been their thing. But here comes Kurt Cignetti, and like last year, they play Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game, get absolutely demolished, and I think everybody expected that to happen again. But Indiana has played unbelievable football all season long. And yes, the Buckeyes have to look at the field goal kicker a little bit here, but in Indiana, give them credit, and they absolutely have a chance to do it. And you can see in the college football rankings how much respect both teams got because Ohio State barely dropped it all, still in the top four here. So look, that was a great football game, and it means a ton to Indiana, but it's going to mean a whole lot more as we work our way through the college football playoff.
Yeah, Cignetti said you have to Google me, and he's still living up to the hype right now. So we've got to talk, as you mentioned, about Notre Dame. So they're saying they're not going to go play in any of these like 80 million different bowl games out there. If you're going to snub us, we're out.
Yeah, the Irish are pouting, and it's kind of pathetic. Like this is they were matched up ranking-wise with Miami. Both teams were 10-2. Miami and Notre Dame played each other. Miami beat Notre Dame. Yes, it was in week 1. That's a long time ago. But look, you lost, and that matters. It should matter, even if it was in week 1. The other thing is, Notre Dame has had a zillion opportunities to join a conference, and they haven't done it. So they want all the money, whereas other teams that get in the college football playoff, they get $4 million, but you have to split that with your conference members. Notre Dame gets it all. Well, sometimes this is one situation where not being in a conference perhaps had an impact here. But bottom line, if they had beaten Miami, they would have gotten in. They didn't, and they're out. And look, they're complaining that their kids got complete, this is terrible, and these guys, their dreams were shattered, and so we're going to take our ball and go home. I don't know. If I was a college football player as a senior, would I rather go to Orlando and play one more college football game with my brothers and go out on top as a winner, or would I rather just walk out now? I would rather play the game, but they, the Irish administration was too upset to do that.
Yeah, it feels weird, though, coming off of the season that they had last year, to see them go out so soon this year.
Sure, but listen, this is the wild land of college football right now. NIL, half the rosters change every, people are just jumping all around trying to find as much money as possible to play the game and to get an education. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that. It's going to be a little more volatile nowadays because players can and student athletes can jump as much as they can right now.
Yeah. Okay, so now that the list has kind of been put together, what are you thinking about where we see things moving forward?
I still like Ohio State, despite their loss to Indiana. Tight game, great game, but the Buckeyes have been dominant on both sides of the ball. Georgia's super impressive, just smoking Alabama. So you're never going to count out a team from the SEC. And you look at the top 4, A&M is in there as well. But sleeper, I don't rule out Oregon. I saw him play in person this year at Northwestern, which, by the way, shout out to the Cats getting in a bowl game, but and taking that invitation. But so I would look heavily at Ohio State, and that game with Georgia is going to be sweet.
Ooh, it's going to be a biggie. Thank you. We know we'll be calling you back soon.
All right, Anita. Be good.
Care.
Thanks for having me.
All right. 8:51 right now. We'll be right back.
been a miserable drip lately. No, I haven't. Really enjoying being by myself right now. I'll see you next week. I love you, bud.
Merv, are you okay?
Don't want to play fetch. Don't want cuddles.
Dogs are very sensitive to anything that throws their routine, like a breakup.
You think love is different because we broke off. To find his lost
Hey, the dog knows. Yeah, dog knows. It's a new romantic comedy. It's called Merv. It starts streaming on Prime Video this Wednesday. Zooey Deschanel and Charlie Cox star as a recently broken up couple who find themselves brought back together because they share custody of the pooch. The pooch.
Co-parenting is hard.
Yes. Yes.
Jake Hamilton spoke with the stars.
Turn it over to Jake.
I just came back from doing a film in Chicago.
Oh, how long were you here for? Did you enjoy your time?
Yeah, it was great. I was there for like a month.
Oh, it's weird. My phone never rang.
I'm sorry. I meant to text you. I was just so busy.
Okay, Merv, I have something to tell you. The thing is, me and Russ broke up. You're gonna be okay.
I don't normally start out interviews this way, but since in the spirit of the movie, I was going to introduce you. This is my girl. This is Daenerys.
Oh
So
my God,
there's
she's so cute.
There's my little sweet girl. I'd love to know what is a project of yours that, if you think about it, if Merv were a part of the cast, it might have been a little bit better.
It's something we've done. I think Merv would make most of my projects slightly better.
I agree. Name one. I mean, they're all better with Gus.
Zoe, do you think that things would have worked out differently for Tom and Summer if Merv had been around?
Yeah,
Wow,
I
good
do.
question.
Yeah, great question.
It
Yes.
might have been the straw that broke the camel's back.
I ought to say no, no, no.
Mind if I move in? Zoe, obviously over the last 2 decades, you've become a part of so many of our family traditions because of Elf. And I was wondering, just when actors who are a part of those classic Christmas films, if they ever allow their film to be a part of their own traditions, like, is there ever a situation where your family would gather together to watch Elf?
Well, it's never really been a thing before, but my daughter asked to watch it this year, and I was like, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to sit myself and watch it.
When was the last time you saw it?
I saw it at the premiere, and that's the only
You've
time
not
I
seen
ever
it since the premiere? Can I tell you something?
What?
It's really good. And you're really good at it.
I've seen clips from it. It looks good.
You probably know that movie, like, everyone in the world knows it better than you.
Yes, that's for sure. I mean, I remember making it. but I saw, and you know what's funny is at the premiere, I had to run to the restroom and missed my whole, singing in the shower scene. So,
on purpose?
No,
you
I
need
just
to go to the
had to
restroom,
go to the bathroom. So I left and I came back and I was like, darn, it's over. And I know I've seen that clip a lot. So that's probably the part I've seen the most. But yeah.
I'm sure it's hard to watch yourself in a movie because similar to like us going back and watching a show, you pick out everything
Oh, you do, yeah,
did
you
wrong.
nitpick. That's funny. She was in the bathroom during that because that's one of the most memorable scenes in that whole movie.
Inconvenient.
Okay, we're back with our 9 a.m. hour right after this, everybody. Stay with us.
Your go.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to our 9 o'clock hour of Good Day Chicago. Just the girls today. And here's a look at some of the things that we have coming up for you. You know, this holiday season is in full swing. We were just talking about some of the great things going on.
Yes, fun things around town.
Yeah. So we're going to give you some fun and festive ideas for your holiday bucket list.
And if you need help choosing gifts, you're not alone. How more buyers are using AI to help build shopping lists and hunt for ideas.
I guess it can help, you know. If you're in a pinch, you know.
Lean on AI for all sorts of things.
Yeah, everything these days, yeah. And the Hinsdale Humane Society is preparing for an evening bringing together pets and classical music.
Ooh, I like that.
I like it too. How the community can support this inspiring mission. That's straight ahead. But Caitlin, we got to talk a little bit about this weather outside and the cold snap we're in.
Oh, speaking of all the Christmas things to do around town, you got to get it in. And unfortunately, this weekend, it's going to be cold. In the meantime, this morning, it's actually quite lovely. We have many shots of outside where the sun is shining bright. We have mostly cloudy skies, though, expected throughout the day today. Temperatures are going to be chilly, too. Right now, it's 20 degrees outside with south breeze around 5 miles per hour. Temperatures are in the teens, if not below that. Right now. Take a look at our map. We're at 10 in Aurora, 8 in Morris, 12 in DeKalb, 16 in Kankakee, Northwest Indiana. Temperatures ranging from 11 in Valpo to 19 in Gary. But the feel-like temperature is still in the single digits, holding strong there in Aurora at 4, 3 in Morris, 9 at the lakefront. So this afternoon, as temperatures push to the mid and upper 20s, it's going to feel like the teens, and the clouds are there. We could see a flurry here or there early today, and then again this afternoon, and even tonight, some light passing snow showers are not out of the question, but the main headline over the next couple of days is the temperature, because we are climbing back to where we should be. Tomorrow is going to feel balmy as we flirt with 40, but that's normal for this time of year. Then we have some wet weather moving in. By tomorrow evening, scattered showers, including rain and snow, and a mixed precipitation bag in between. That's going to be Tuesday evening into Tuesday night. And then Wednesday, the chance for some lingering light snow showers, 37 as our high. We're not going to stay elevated in the 30s. Unfortunately, as we head into Thursday, temperatures back down to the mid-20s with some spotty snow around Thursday and Friday. Friday's high 21. And then I just mentioned how cold it's going to be this weekend. Starting off Saturday morning at 2, a high of 12, then back down to 5 Saturday night, up to 19 on Sunday. Anita.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. Jury selection begins this morning in the case of a man shot by Chicago police at a CTA Red Line station. Roseanne Tejas is at the Dirksen Federal Building with more.
Well, the officer who fired was cleared of any wrongdoing. This could still be costly to the city if the case is successful. Ariel Roman was shot at the CTA Grand Avenue Red Line station right in the middle of rush hour in 2020. Former Chicago police officer Melvina Bogard was acquitted on criminal charges of aggravated battery and official misconduct in the shooting. She and another officer had struggled with Roman, trying to issue him a citation. Tasers were fired and a chemical irritant was sprayed, but officers said Roman continued to struggle and Bogard fired at the urging of the other officer. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability determined the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. The trial, again, begins with jury selection today and is expected to last about 2 weeks. At the Dirksen Federal Building, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
And breaking now, Paramount Skydance is challenging Netflix's offer to buy Warner Brothers with a bid of its own. Things are getting really interesting here. The company says it's going straight to shareholders with a $30 per share in cash offer. Comes as President Trump expresses concern about the deal. On Sunday, he told reporters the $72 billion deal could be a problem because of the combined market share. Trump said that he plans to be involved in the decision if the deal is approved. The merger would put two of the world's largest streaming services under the same ownership. Lots of folks looking at that very closely, Caitlin.
And President Trump is putting together a team of advisors to look into lowering beef prices. The Labor Department reports the average price for ground beef rose to nearly $6.50 a pound as of September. The president is also calling for the Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission to investigate potential anti-competitive pricing and antitrust practices in the industry. The Trump administration will waive the remaining $11 million of a civil fine against Southwest Airlines. The fine is for a holiday meltdown in 2022 that left around 2 million passengers stranded and canceled almost 17,000 flights. The Biden administration fined Southwest $140 million in 2023. The Department of Transportation says it waived the fine because Southwest has since invested more than $1 billion into its operations and technology.
Yeah, and they paid a lot of the customers back.
Were you in that? Were you in that?
Terrence, our colleague Terrence got stuck on the East Coast for days.
That's who it was.
Yeah, coming back from the holidays. It was a mess, yeah. It was a mess for a lot of folks who went and made the trip over to Lambeau Field from here. A good game, though, overall. The ending just was not what we wanted to have. Still hard to talk about this morning, quite honestly. We're talking about the Bears-Packers game, of course, the longest rivalry in the NFL. The Bears were down 28-21, just under 30 seconds left, and this was the moment that just crushed our hopes. Caleb Williams' pass for Cole Kmet, intended for him, was intercepted. Bears fall to 9-4, currently sit in second place now in the NFC North. But this is what Williams and Bears head coach Ben Johnson had to say about that pivotal play.
I mean, we had a lot of options there. I don't know exactly who's going to pop necessarily, but between the options that we have and then Caleb using his legs was hopeful we could find a way to get a yard there.
You know, rolled out and saw Cole and tried to give him a big boy ball, try and let him go up for it because I ended up seeing 25 starting to sprint, and so tried to slow him up and kind of give him a chance in those moments. It's got to have it moment, and they had a guy trailing me, and so didn't feel that I could go get it myself, and so just got to give Cole a better shot at it.
He does. Caleb was Houdini most of the game. They kept putting up those graphics, all the ways he was getting away from Micah Parsons and everyone else. But the Bears went from having the top seed in the NFC down to the 7th and final playoff spot. The Packers move up to number 2, just behind the Los Angeles Rams. The Bears will get another shot, though, at Green Bay on our home turf on December 20th here on Fox 32 Chicago, your home of the Bears. Meanwhile, they'll focus on Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns for this week. So we'll see what happens this weekend, but you always want every game against the Packers to end and the Bears win.
Yeah, I know. It's even worse as the Packers. Okay, so you're not imagining it. Winter is here much earlier than normal, than typical. It's officially Chicago's snowiest start of the season since 1978. And we had just up to 5 inches of snow fall this weekend for some, up to 7 inches plus for others. Really heavier north of the city between Saturday and Sunday. With that, Chicago is now up to 17.1 inches of snow accumulation this season. Almost how much we had all of last winter, 17.6 inches. So we are ahead of schedule with this snowfall, and more is on the way.
Meaning we will likely, top that and keep going. All right, the nominations are in for the Golden Globes. So much to unpack here. Best Picture in a Drama, Frankenstein, Hamnet. You got to tell me if you've seen any of these as we go. It Was Just an Accident, The Secret Agent, and Sinners. For Best Picture Musical or Comedy, Blue Moon, Begonia, Marty Supreme, No Other Choice, Nouvelle Vague, and One Battle After Another. You're not saying anything, Caitlin.
I don't think I've been in the movies since like 2018. I mean, I've seen things about these movies, but anyway, okay, so for Best Actor in a Drama, Joel Edgerton for Train Dreams, Oscar Isaac Frankenstein, Dwayne Johnson for The Smashing Machine, Michael B. Jordan for Sinners. This is going to be Best Actor in a Drama. Wagner Moura, The Secret Agent. Jeremy Allen White, you know him, we love him.
The bear.
Yeah, for Springsteen and Deliver Me from Nowhere.
Okay, for Best Female Actor in a Drama, Jessie Buckley, Hamnet. Jennifer Lawrence, Die My Love. Renee Rinsif, Sentimental Value. Julia Roberts, After the Hunt. Tessa Thompson, Hedda. Eva Victor, Sorry Baby.
And some other notables worth mentioning here. Female actor, musical or comedy, Cynthia Erivo. All right, I'm just going to look at the screen because reading these is kind of confusing. Okay, Chase Infinity is One Battle After Another. And male actor, musical or comedy, Leonardo DiCaprio, One Battle After Another. Ethan Hawke, Blue Moon.
Yeah, I think this list is pretty amazing. And I was saying to Anthony earlier, it is rare. So I get, you know, the fact that you haven't seen many of those. It's rare. Well, but it's rare. I promise you, it is rare that when this list comes out that I'm like, oh yeah. Usually it's like.
Was there anyone that was like your favorite?
Sinners, without a doubt. I loved Sinners.
Okay.
I was a little lost in one battle after another. Kind of like, what's happening? Where is this going?
What is Sinners about?
Afterwards, Sinners?
Yeah.
Chicago.
Oh,
we'll talk about it in the break. Yeah, there's plenty to talk about with Sinners. I'll get going. Coming up, we have some fun ideas, though, that we want to get to for how to spend your holiday season in Chicago. We'll be right back. Just about 9:13, everybody. Oh, it's so gorgeous outside and so cold, as Caitlin was telling us, and we're still in for more snow, so we'll talk to her about it coming up shortly. But plays, pop-up bars, Chicago's hidden gems, Secret Chicago is here to help us sort out our bucket list for this season. We want to welcome in Tori Levy to get us on top of all things. I think every weekend I'm like trying to find what are the things that are happening for this weekend.
Yes, that is what we are here for, because there are so many things happening this winter, and we want to highlight a few of our favorites.
All right, let's get to it. One of your top spots is a rooftop in the winter.
Yes, so
magical.
Very magical. It's actually curling. They have a curling court on the rooftop at the Gwen Hotel. Yeah, so they've converted their rooftop into this winter retreat. You'll find a court, and then after playing, you can cozy up next to a fire. They have little fire pits. Choose from one of their boozy cocktails.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, so they have boozy hot chocolate, a mulled wine, and you can also add on a little fondue or s'mores for a sweet or savory treat.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I love how we can convert everything. You know, people think like rooftop. Wait, that's for the summer, not in Chicago.
No.
Yeah, we can make everything year round. Yeah.
Exactly.
And on that note, you've also got a selection for the Chicago River.
Yeah, so hot tubbing on the Chicago River. It's become, I think, a winter staple here. I always see it on my social media feed, but it's a really fun way to actually stay warm outside, you know, which is hard to do in Chicago, but you can grab a group of friends, you drive it yourself, BYOB. They have a Bluetooth speaker. You can hook up your phone, play your favorite songs, and then, you know, take in the Chicago skyline and views. It's beautiful.
I just did the Odyssey dinner cruise on the river this past weekend. Okay. It was phenomenal, and every time I tell somebody, you know, oh, we did a Chicago River cruise over the weekend, they're like, wasn't it too cold for that?
Yes.
No.
No, not when you're in a hot tub.
I didn't do the hot tub, but yeah. Lastly, the highest speakeasy in Chicago. I was looking on Friday. It's hard to get in here. So let me just say that. Yeah.
It's like this elevated experience, the Mile High Cocktail Club at the Four Seasons. It's actually also the highest speakeasy in the entire country. Yeah, located on the 46th floor. When you enter, you'll be greeted with, plush couches, the beautiful skyline, the Mag Mile lit up, and they have this great curated cocktail list. So you'll find cocktails that you won't find anywhere else in the city. One of my favorites it's called Apples.
Okay.
And when you take a sip, it's like biting into a Honeycrisp apple. It's delicious.
Sounds amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think the views inside and outside of the Maha Club are amazing.
Oh, amazing. Yeah. It's a real experience you can't beat.
Several pop-up bars in the area as well. Which ones are on your bucket list?
Yeah, so I think, Chicago becomes this winter wonderland, throughout December, but my favorite is Jack Frost Pop-Up, located in Fulton Market. Yes, and it's 2 acres, so it is incredibly vast, and you'll find, scintillating, beautiful light displays that it's easy to get lost in, as well as, they have a little winter activities, so axe throwing, an ice rink, curling even, and my favorite, winter bumper cars. So you're skating on the ice. It's really nice. Get that adrenaline going.
I love it. And that area over there, it is a true pop-up because you're like, oh, I eat dinner over there a lot. And then you're like, wait, where did this come from?
I know, and it's like, wow, I'm immersed.
Absolutely love it. You all are doing the Lord's work, getting our list together. Thank you so much for being here and telling us about it.
Happy to be here.
Okay, and where can we find more information?
Yeah, you can head to our website, secretchicago.com, or head to our socials, secret.chicago on Instagram and TikTok.
It is worth the read and the hunt for it. Thank you so much, Tori.
Yeah, happy.
9:16 right now. Winter is off to an early start, both with the events, but also just the weather itself. We've got more snow over the weekend, and when it starts piling up, it can be dangerous. A cardiologist weighs in on how old is too old to be shoveling. Maybe it's not so much the age, but of course, your fitness level. And it is an underappreciated part of Christmas. A senior editor at the Toy Insider has some great tips to upgrade your stocking game, get in the game. Plus, we're talking with the director and lead actor of a brand new holiday rom-com set in Chicago. Super cute stuff. Can you guess which parts of the city they chose to highlight? As we just mentioned, there's really no wrong part of the city to do it. Find out at 10 a.m. though. 9:17 right now.
9:19. I just want to listen to the music. Happy Monday, everybody. We've got a few clouds out there. It's cold. Today we're going to have partly to mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures are reaching into the 20s this afternoon, but it's going to feel like we're in the teens. So a very winter-esque start to our week, and that's going to be the case each and every day, especially this upcoming weekend when we could see lows in the single digits, actual lows in the single digits in Chicago. Right now, though, it is 20 degrees at the lakefront as well as at Midway, 11 in Morris, 10 at LaSalle. So these temperatures are slowly starting to warm. But, of course, it's going to feel even colder than it actually is. So I do want to show you the updated wind chill because the feel-like temperature outside is 4 in Aurora, 6 in Morris, 15 at the lakefront, 13 at O'Hare. Temperatures feel like 5 in Valpo, 11 in Michigan City. So it is bitterly cold outside, and that wind chill staying in the teens at the peak this afternoon, and then dropping back down to the single digits by this evening, 7 o'clock, and it feels like we could be below 10 degrees. Here's your futurecast. So for today, we are going to have a few clouds around, as mentioned. We could see a few flurries, too. Tonight, a passing light snow shower is possible, which you can see there. But as we head on into Tuesday, 6 a.m., temperatures are in the upper 20s. Tomorrow, as well as on Wednesday, it is going to be very mild, with highs pushing into the 30s. In fact, tomorrow, the upper 30s are expected, although we are going to have a little bit of wet weather, a mixed bag of precipitation from snow to rain throughout Chicagoland. Again, this is Tuesday evening, 4:45, so your drive home from work tomorrow may be impacted. Temperatures, though, are going to be hovering in the upper 30s, so we finally get our melt on in Chicagoland. That's going to be the case on Wednesday as well. Temperatures will be back to the 30s with some scattered light snow showers. Temperatures are not going to stay that warm. In fact, as we head into Thursday, you can see we're back down to the teens with highs only around 25. Friday, 21 with some scattered light snow around Thursday, Friday. This weekend, that's when the chill really settles in. I mentioned lows in the single digits. I mean 2 as our expected low Saturday morning. A high of about 12, and then we're down to 5 Saturday night with a high of about 19. We have a few photos to share with you, which, by the way, thank you for thinking of us. Wow. Okay, so David, I saw your email, and you said, this is why I love nature. This is why I love nature, too. Look at this farmland and the beautiful sunset, or sunrise, yeah, sunset in the background. David, this is stunning. I'm sure it just filled your cup. Look at the trees in the distance, too. So beautiful. Okay, and our next picture, getting in the holiday spirit in New Lenox. This is from Bill Asselborn. Look at the lights. I love when people change their light bulb colors. That's such a simple thing to do, and it makes a huge difference. That is beautiful. And of course, the fresh snow is nice, too. Thanks, Bill, for your photo. Oh, we got another one. Now, this looks very winter-esque. The bright blue sky, that means it's cold, I'm sure. So this is from Kathy Abretsky. All right, Anita, how do you pronounce that town?
Churubusco?
Sure, yep. That's where that was at.
Maybe.
Thanks, Kathy. I love the picture, though. It really is pretty. All the snow on the trees. It's one of my favorite things to see in the winter. If you took a picture and you want to share it, upload it to our Fox 32 weather app. You might get a shout out live on air.
Somebody out there is going to send us the actual pronunciation. 9:23, it's a Monday. A lot of us trying to get back on the healthy food train here. But come this weekend, pizza may be on the menu. Sylvia Perez takes us inside a pizzeria with a sports bar atmosphere and some delicious game day eats.
We're in Uptown at Michael's Pizzeria and Tavern. It's been here for more than 30 years. They're known for their chicken wings and their cult favorite pizza. As a matter of fact, they just received a review from Dave Portnoy's Barstool Sports. If you're a local, you know. If you're not, we're going to find out what makes it so special. And the person who's going to help us with that is one of the managers, Mario Espinoza. Hey, Mario, great to see you.
Nice to see you.
Okay, tell everybody, what is it about this place that people keep coming back for more?
It's the experience that you get at no bar in the city. It's a home away from home. The comfort, the friendliness of the staff, and the pizza. The pizza brings everybody back.
What don't I love? The pizza's fantastic, from the deep dish to the Chicago-style tavern pizza. The staff is also super friendly, and honestly, for like the value, the price point, it's kind of like a city oasis in a sense. You know, you're not going to pay an arm and a leg coming here. Always surprised. Sometimes I'm like, when I look at the bill, it's like, did you forget something?
40 TVs.
40 TVs. And what is it that makes a sports fan love this place so much?
The pizza, the beer, and the feel of fantasy football, that you can watch every game at any time. It's just football heaven for Sundays.
For Sundays, and you guys are probably packed.
Slam packed.
Okay, what do you suggest for people who've never been and want to get in on a Bears game day or something?
We let the doors open at about 10:30 in the morning, and by 11 o'clock, we are full. Yeah. I just did a video on social media about a speed run, about how long it took to get this place packed, and it was about 25 minutes.
25 minutes. It doesn't take long. As I said, though, besides the fact that the ambiance and the atmosphere is awesome, we're talking about the food. So let's go. You're going to show me what it's all about, right?
I will.
Mario, I'm so excited to try this. Do you eat this pizza every day?
Every day I can.
What's your favorite?
The Michael Special, I think, is the best combination of flavors.
Okay. Oh, and the wings.
And here we go. We got our delicious hot wings.
Okay, right here.
Buffalo style hot wings, a pepperoni pizza, tavern style, and a sausage pizza, tavern style. The Michael's is definitely the most popular we have.
So what's on this?
Sausage, mushroom, green pepper, and onion. The combination of the sauce and the cheese just makes this perfect. Look at that.
That cracker crust holds up.
Right?
Wow. And I have to say, the sauce.
No flop.
No, the sauce is delicious.
A little sweet?
Mm-hmm.
You like that?
I like that. It has a little sweetness to it, but not too much.
No, just enough.
Yeah. Okay, I'm giving us plates now because I think we need to try these wings, too. I love it. Let's talk about Barstool Sports.
Okay.
They came in.
Yes, they came in on a Sunday, winter Sunday. You know, they always call and they give a different name, so you're not prepared. He came in, he gave us a review. It was a funny little story that they did with one of the servers here. What is Barstool?
Barstool Sport is a digital media company that produces content focused on sport and pop culture.
That's really cool, man. Hey, who's Dave Portnoy?
Dave Scott Portnoy is an American internet celebrity.
No. Shh. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Dave Portnoy is my best friend. He's my partner.
He did the review outside. I believe he gave us a 7.6.
For Chicago, tavern style, it's as good as I've had. I'm gonna go all the way up to a 7.6, which is a very high score for me.
Finally, Mario, what do you want to tell people who've never been here before so that you can get them in here to try this themselves?
Oh, you're missing out. This is a special place, and it's, you know, if you're older, you remember Cheers. You know, and it's just a feel that you don't get at any other bar in the city. It's nostalgia, it's friendliness. The staff is great, the pizza's great, your pocket's not gonna hurt. It's the best sports bar, I think, in the city.
Well, cheers to that. Thank you for having us, Mario.
Thank you.
I love the fact that he mentioned Cheers, because as I was watching that piece, I was thinking, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. It seems like that is a wonderful place. And of course, we have Bears and Browns coming up this Sunday. So that might be one of the places, if you're not going to Soldier Field, that you want to get to. But just make sure you get there early, because like they said, it will get packed very fast. 9:28, we're going to be back right after this. All right, everyone, we're back right now at 9:31, and we're talking about some things going on for the holidays here. What we know is that trying to find age-appropriate gifts within your budget could be a challenge. As we count down to the holidays, though, experts are showing us more and more ways that AI can help shoppers, and Oliviana Calmes has more on how to help consumers with their holiday spending. Thank you so much for helping us all out. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Anita. Well, everyone's got that person that's hard to buy for in their Christmas list. The Secret Santa, the extended family, their friend. Well, I talked to one shopper who used AI to help them finish their Christmas shopping list, and experts tell me this trend is catching on.
Shoppers' habits are always changing, and this holiday season, they're adding AI to the cart.
It can really cut down on all that research for you.
Clicks from AI recommendations to online stores jumped more than 13 times last holiday season. And a MasterCard survey says more than 4 in 10 shoppers now use AI when they buy gifts. One of them is Jace Pomales, who has lots of nieces and nephews to shop for.
For me, it kind of streamlined my process of trying to figure out what I should get, what's age appropriate, what's within my budget.
He says AI even suggested something he never would have come up with himself.
A small bike. And would I have thought about that? Not necessarily, because, I guess that's the age. And what the information that it gave me is that's the age where most people will start riding their bikes for the first time. And then I know it's going to be meaningful. When I think back to when I was 4 years old and I rode my first bike, I can still tell you exactly what it looked like.
Tech creators who teach people how to use AI say it could also track prices, find promo codes, and organize holiday plans if you're specific with your questions.
People are no longer just using AI to reply to an email. I think finally people are starting to comprehend that they can use AI as a tool, as your virtual assistant, right?
She warns, though, you still need to be careful what you type into any chat system.
You do have to be aware and really become cognizant of not inputting your personal information into any of these AI chatbots.
One tip, she says, using sites like ChatGPT, you can ask it to put all those ideas into one PDF or table to look at it all in one place, and it's easier to see that way. In St. Charles, Missouri, Oliviana Calmes, Fox 32, Chicago.
Oliviana, thank you so much, and I might have to add your coat onto my holiday list. It's cute.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, more than 5,000 youth summer jobs could be eliminated in a proposed budget cut. Gabriela Primus is live at City Hall with why people are voicing some concern. Gabriela.
Hey, good morning to you, Anita. Yeah, well, there's just 3 weeks left to pass that city budget. And like you said, there's some things that are at risk, and there's going to be a few organizations that are going to be joining us here on the 3rd floor of City Hall to talk about it, including Reese and then Yaya, too, who we'll talk to. But Reese, I want to have you join me first and talk about what's planned to be said during this press conference. That's going to start here in like 15 minutes or so.
We're discussing about the new tax thing they're trying to do. We're not really for it and in agreement. We're at risk right now to lose summer jobs and losing youth jobs around the city, which we're fighting so hard for all year long. And we finally made a breakaway, but now we're trying to get stopped. So we're trying to discuss to keep this going.
Yeah. Yaga, can you comment on just how important these youth jobs are to the city and making sure they're available for youth around?
Yes. So we are seeing a devastating potential loss of over 5,000 jobs in the city of Chicago. And we know firsthand, I'm an organizer with Palenque LSNA, just how vital these resources are for our young people. And so we want to continue to push our city council members to pass the Protecting Chicago budget so that we continue to see investment in our communities. And what really is some of these youth employment opportunities are vital, a crucial lifeline for them and for their families as well.
Can we talk a little bit about your organization? I know we only have a little bit of time. There's probably a lot that you guys do, but a gist of what goes on in your org.
Yes, so we are a community nonprofit based in Logan Square, and we serve the surrounding neighborhoods. We do educational development programming for parent mentors across the city of Chicago. We also do immigration services and have been invested in the rapid response recently concerning the immigration crisis. And we are also doing youth leadership development programs. Our programs have been running for many, many years, and we want to see further investment in these opportunities.
All right, Reese, I know that you're also a part of an organization that's going to be chatting here. Tell us about who you're with and what kind of difference you guys make.
I'm with Good Kids Mad City, predominantly out south, south side of Chicago. We're a restorative justice group, youth-led as well, just practices and teaching, being pillars in our communities, and teaching and practicing restorative justice all over the city.
I should ask you both, do you think that this press conference, getting all these organizations together will, cause the older people to listen?
Yes, I do believe that there are members of our city council who want to listen to our young people and their voices and who are wanting to make an investment. I think that they are being, swayed perhaps one way or another. And I think this is, the final push to say hey, this is an opportunity for you to stand in solidarity with these organizations, with these communities, and stand to pass an equitable budget.
Yeah, if maybe one of you guys can answer, who else is supposed to be a part, what other organizations are going to be a part of this press conference and kind of this call to action for the older people?
So we have, Palenque, we have members of CTU, we have Good Kids Mad City. We are part of a larger coalition, so we have, a variety of labor unions, groups of just overall nonprofits and other organizations. So, we have a lot of people who are on board with us if they can't be here.
Yeah. Okay, Yaya, Reese, thank you so much for your time. We'll have more information about this and give you an update because we'll be here for the press conference. It's again happening in around 15 minutes. We'll post all that info online at fox32chicago.com. I'll send it back to you for now.
Gabriella, thank you. Yeah, such a major decision where we have this budget deficit that, of course, the council has to close by the end of the month. They have to come up with some decision about the budget. But adding more youth jobs has been a part of the mayor's effort to try to cut down on crime and also create more opportunities for youth over the summer. So we'll see where things go with that. 9:38 right now as we take a live look outside. We'll be right back. 9:41 right now, and we are following some breaking news at the moment. A man with a concealed carry holder opened fire when he found two people inside of his car. This is some of the video from Sky Fox up over the scene this morning at Indiana Avenue and 95th Street. The man told police that he heard a car alarm at 3:42 a.m., went outside to check, and he says that he saw the driver's side window of his car had been broken and two people were inside. Again, he is a concealed carry holder, has a license. He says one of them showed a gun and a 17-year-old ended up being shot and is in fair condition at a local hospital. The second person ran off, though. So again, we are following that breaking news right now. Teens that were in a man's car, a licensed carry holder who then fired. One of those teens now in the hospital, another one that they are looking for at the moment. Let's give you a live look outside, and you can see folks are moving about here, getting the day and the week started, and we love to see that, you know, we're getting a morning without some precipitation coming down, although we may not have too many of those like this week. Puppy love goes a long way to warm you up when it is cold outside. Look at little Yang here. So cute, so cute. The Hinsdale Humane Society hosting a candlelight concert to benefit animals in need. And joining me today, Jody Arquilla, the board president of the Hinsdale Humane Society, and Nicole Sonneveld, one of the musicians, performing for the evening. I've already gotten a little taste of what's to come. You're going to love it here. But Jody, let's start with you and little Yang here. Yeah. What inspired the idea of combining candlelight music and animal advocacy for one event?
You know, it was actually a natural extension of what we do at the shelter. Music is fantastic for the mental well-being of animals, and we already play it, pipe it in throughout the shelter. And so this was just an extension to bring that live and, you know, really atmospheric and beautiful, you know, with candlelight.
Yeah, so it helps soothe the animals that are there.
It absolutely does.
Yeah, it's good for the four-legged friends and also for the two-legged friends as well. Can you tell us about the adoptable dogs that you have available right now, Yang and others, and how viewers can be a part of helping out?
Sure, yeah, so this is Yang. Yang is just a little baby new to the world. He's 2 months old, yes. First time in a sweatshirt, first time in the city, so big day for him. He's a little sleepy. But he is just one of many animals and cats, and we have a rogue bunny who has a huge personality who's looking for a home that we have at the shelter right now. But you can see all of them on our website, hinsdalehumanesociety.org.
Look, and he knew his name. He started to look. He is a little sleepy, but he gave us a good look into the camera. We'll freeze that and put that online, too. So, Nicole, what pieces are you going to be performing at the Prelude?
So I'm bringing the Prelude. I'll be doing the Prelude from Bach's Second Cello Suite, so to open the program with a little moodiness, and then I'll actually be finishing the program too with the rondo from Weber's Bassoon Concerto, so a lot of fun stuff.
And why have those for this event? What makes this event special for people who are going to be performing and attending to hear you perform?
Well, for people who are performing, I mean, like, we get to use our powers for good, right? So, like, you get to combine two things that you love to uplift something that's really meaningful. And then for everybody else, I mean, like, we've got holiday classics, we've got a little bit of light classical, so there's something for everybody, I think.
Something for everyone. And little Yang, are you ready to hear Nicole? I think we're ready to hear Nicole. Nicole, we're going to step off and let you take it away.
Alrighty.
All right.
So I'm going to do a little bit of O Come Emmanuel. So if you're following along at home, just follow that bouncing ball, okay?
Thank you, Nicole. Amazing. Got us in the holiday spirit. And again, everyone, what a wonderful combination here. Pause and preludes, bringing together wonderful music and the doggies that need good homes. And a rogue bunny as well. 9:46, everyone. We'll be right back.
Say big for the
been a miserable drip lately. No, I haven't. Really enjoying being by myself right now. I'll see you next week. I love you, bud.
Merv, are you okay?
Don't want to play fetch. Don't want cuddles.
Dogs are very sensitive to anything that throws their routine, like a breakup.
You think Merv is depressed because we broke up? To find his lust for life again.
We don't deserve dogs. They're so wonderful. The new romantic comedy Merv starts streaming on Prime Video this Wednesday. Zooey Deschanel and Charlie Cox star as a recently broken up couple who find themselves brought back together because they share custody of a dog. Jake Hamilton spoke with the stars about how all dogs make movies better, his own pup, and the Christmas movie of Zoe's that we're all watching right now.
I just came back from doing a film in Chicago.
Oh, how long were you here for? Did you enjoy your time?
Yeah, it was great. I was there for like a month.
Oh, it's weird. My phone never rang.
I'm sorry. I meant to text you. I was just so busy.
Okay, Merv, I have something to tell you. The thing is, me and Russ broke up.
Oh.
You're gonna be okay.
I don't normally start out interviews this way, but since in the spirit of the movie, I was going to introduce you. This is my girl. This is Daenerys.
Oh my God, she's so cute.
There's my little sweet girl. I'd love to know what is a project of yours that, if you think about it, if Merv were a part of the cast, it might have been a little bit better.
It's something we've done. I think Merv would make most of my projects slightly better.
I agree. Name one. I mean, they're all better with Gus.
Zoe, do you think that things would have worked out differently for Tom and Summer if Merv had been around?
Yeah,
Wow,
I
good
do.
question.
Yeah, great question.
It
Yes.
might have been the straw that broke the camel's back.
I ought to say no. Mind if I move in?
Zoe, obviously over the last 2 decades, you've become a part of so many of our family traditions because of Elf. And I was wondering, just when actors who are a part of those classic Christmas films, if they ever allow their film to be a part of their own traditions, like, is there ever a situation where your family would gather together to watch Elf?
Well, it's never really been a thing before, but my daughter asked to watch it this year, and I was like, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to sit myself and watch it.
When was the last time you saw it?
I saw it at the premiere, and that's the only
You've
time
not
I
seen
ever
it since the premiere? Can I tell you something?
What?
It's really good. And you're really good at it.
I've seen clips from it. It looks good.
You probably know that movie, like, everyone in the world knows it better than you.
Yes, that's for sure. I mean, I remember making it. but I saw, and you know what's funny is at the premiere, I had to run to the restroom and missed my whole, singing in the shower scene. So
on purpose?
No,
you
I
need
just
to go to the
had to
restroom,
go to the bathroom. So I left and I came back and I was like, darn, it's over. And I know I've seen that clip a lot. So that's probably the part I've seen the most. But yeah.
So Merv starts streaming December 10th on Prime Video. Make sure you check it out. And we're just so glad around here that Daenerys got a little cameo today because she's one of our favorites around here. Almost as much as Jake. We love him too. All right, 9:53. We're back after this.
Fox 30.
Oh my, as we give you a live look outside of our studios here on Michigan Avenue, you can see that snow kind of piling up on the sides there. Gets a little dirty, and that's before we get another round, everybody. Let's go ahead and send it upstairs to Studio 32, where Chicago Now is getting ready to start at 10 o'clock. Hey, guys.
Hey, Anita, how's it going? We am very excited to welcome a number of guests over the next hour, one of whom used to work with my dad for many years. His name is Jeffrey Bear, and he is going to be the person behind a really cool new show that's about to debut on WTGW, all about the folks that make Chicago work. Okay, we're talking about like bridge lift operators, you know, those folks behind the changing numbers at Wrigley Field. So the behind the scenes kind of folks. So that's going to be really cool.
Yeah. And we're also, you know, last minute holiday shopping. If you need some ideas, especially with stocking stuffers, we are joined by the Toy Insider to tell us some best stocking stuffers that you can find for the season and that you still have time to grab.
And indeed, we are also talking about cosmetics and skincare this winter and the use of asbestos in certain cosmetic products. All that and more coming up.
Patrick.
All right, that's it for us here on Good Day Chicago, everyone. But stay right where you are. Chicago Now starts now.
Hey guys, sorry, just give me a moment. We got to do a little Mikey swap between shows, and okay, I think we're
Caitlin, 17.1 inches of snow so far this winter.
Yikes.
17.6 was the entire accumulation for all of last year. What is going on? Why are we so ahead of schedule?
And more snow on the way, I know it. And then a 9-day stretch, it was like 15 inches of snowfall in 9 days. I'd have to pull up my statistics so I don't get this exactly wrong. Because even last year, I don't remember if it was 17.6 or 17.7 inches came down. Do you remember?
Well, we're talking about 0.1 inch, so we can ballpark it
Here we
for
go.
folks.
17.6, so you are right. So for the entirety of the season of the 2024-2025 snowfall season, 17.6, and we have had 17.1 inches.
We got off easy last year. I mean, I've always been waiting for the other shoe to drop or whatever that phrase is, and it feels like, yeah, we're definitely off for the races. Yes.
So the 15-inch statistic that I was just mentioning, it's 15.4, so not 15. 15.4 inches came down in the past 9 days, which is the snowiest 9-day period since February of 2021 when 15.2 inches fell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this week, are we going to actually get accumulating snow, or are they like dustings?
We could have minor accumulation here and there, yeah, but not a big snowfall, not a big snowmaker on the way.
Yeah.
I think the bigger story this week is going to be the temperature swing, because look at this. Okay, so today, 27 is our high. It's going to feel like we're in the teens this afternoon. Not bad. We've seen worse. But over the next couple of days, temperatures are going to be flirting with 40, which 39,
that'll be nice.
That's our normal high. That's where we should be. 39. It's like we're going to be outside in our
tank
shorts.
Tops. I have been running out first thing in the morning. I don't know if you overheard me tell Anita this, to pre-start my car. I need, actually, it'd be kind of a nice Christmas gift if anyone's listening, a remote starter on my 2001 Subaru Impreza. A remote starter, because part of my new routine, I'm still like working out the kinks, because my cat always tries to jump out of the house, is going outside first thing, turning on the car, warming that car up, and then going back and finishing the whole get ready routine.
That's,
you know, so it's nice and toasty.
how do you get a remote starter? Do you have to get take it to the shop?
Yeah, I would have to, because I don't know how to
hook it
do
all
it
up.
myself.
It's
But
expensive.
yeah, I looked into it. It looks like it's about like 250, 300.
So not too
bad. I mean,
expensive.
Yeah, I'd pay a few dollars every time to not have to
go
run
out there.
outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on the day.
Yeah. I get that. But you said you have a garage, right?
We do, but it's just full.
Didn't your dad
Sore
clean out your garage
subjects.
or
Yes, he did. Sore
What
subjects.
happened?
The garage is pretty far from the house, A, and then B, it just gets full of stuff. Lawnmowers.
You need a shed.
Bikes. We need a shed.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, we could use the shed.
Yeah, heating up the car, that's unfortunate. But this weekend, so here's the thing too.
12,
Christmas
you said, for a high on Saturday.
Right. Like 2 morning low.
2.
And Christmas is sneaking up on us. We only have a handful of weekends to get in all of those Christmas lights, right? Where you're walking around looking at beautiful things.
Oh, yeah.
This weekend might not be the weekend for that.
Because it's going to be frigid.
It's going to be
like
frigid.
Like zoo lights, you don't want to go on a 2-degree day.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe do your indoor things this weekend. That's the unfortunate part of that roller coaster of temperatures that I was teasing, is we're going to be peaking over the next couple of days, and then we plummet again. And as far as snow goes, we do have a little bit of snow possible. Even tonight, some snowflakes will be flying. Tomorrow, we have a mixed bag of precipitation on the way in the evening. But overall, not a terrible week ahead, Anthony. Not bad.
Yeah, I heard one of you guys use the word manageable. Or tolerable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can handle it, and then it'll feel good. That 37 will feel good.
Oh yeah, the next couple of days for sure.
Okay, skin care. We have have you noticed how good the skin care team is over at Rush?
Yeah.
The dermatologist over there. We're going to be welcoming in. Do we have Dr. Trivedi on the line? Hi.
Hi.
Hey, good to see you guys again.
Yes, good to see you too. This is an interesting topic. This I mean,
who knew?
Who knew?
As best.
There's some harmful ingredients in certain cosmetic products that are actually still on the market. So we are joined this morning by Dr. Megha Trivedi. She's a dermatologist with Rush University Medical Center. Can you run us through, before we really kick off things and dive into this asbestos question, to tell us about some of the ingredients that are still being used in 2025 that are harmful or potentially harmful?
Yeah, so, I think this whole kind of topic came about because of talc, right? And talc in and of itself is not a harmful product. It's a soft mineral that's being used in multiple products, multiple personal care products like makeup, eyeshadow, bronzer, blush, dry shampoo. But the issue is that talc, the way that it naturally occurs, can be contaminated with asbestos because of the mining process. Asbestos and talc oftentimes occur together side by side in nature. So asbestos has been a major concern over the last 5 to 10 years in our personal care products and our, in our makeup. But again, that is again the major issue here today that we're going to talk about.
So is asbestos being found, or is there just a concern about the connection between talc and asbestos?
Yes. So again, there have been multiple independent reviews, also by the FDA, third-party investigators that have found asbestos within talc-based products, and so that is what has set off this entire essentially legislation. So in 2022. Because of all of these findings that talc contained asbestos, many talc products contain asbestos, there was the Modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act that was passed, which essentially meant to expand FDA oversight in terms of testing cosmetic products. And there really has been no mandated testing for companies, standardized testing. And so that was the goal of that legislation. And under that umbrella, in 2024, there was a proposed mandate specifically for testing for asbestos in talc-based makeup products. And there was it was going to be rolled out. It was standardized rigorous testing with microscopy. And unfortunately, in the last month or so, that has been withdrawn. That proposed mandate has been withdrawn by the FDA.
That sounds insane because asbestos, I mean, I remember when we bought our house, for example, we had to like clear out. A whole team came in dressed in like these moon man, outfits to, take away this asbestos insulation that was around a bunch of the pipes in the basement. I mean, we did not mess around with this. You have to be certified to remove it. How is it even possible that in 2025 some of this material can find its way into products that are actually touching our skin?
Yeah, it's a scary situation. And, like I said before, it's not impossible to think of, because when you look at asbestos, what is asbestos? It is a naturally occurring fiber material that was actually used for lots of things back in the day. It has fire retardant properties. It was an insulative material. So it was used, and now we know that asbestos is a class 1 carcinogen. It has been linked to various cancers, including ovarian cancer, lung cancer, mesothelioma. So it's nothing to joke around about. And, again, we know that the way that talc and asbestos are found in nature side by side, that mining process itself can sometimes lead to contamination. And that's why testing, purification, standardized testing that's science-driven is so, so important.
What does talc do in these products? And can't we find an alternative to talc?
Yes. So because of what, the controversy surrounding talc in the last few years, many companies have actually switched over to alternative starch-based products, microsilica. So there are alternatives to talc. Now, again, talc is usually used for pressed powders, so just, powdery material. Probably the most common one is baby powder, and that was a whole controversy that we can obviously get into. But so, again, like eyeshadow, blushes, bronzers, basically anything that has powdery material, that is what talc is used for.
So what is your message then to the public about the risks of some of these? Is there a way to learn about whether a product might have it, and what are the parameters that we need to keep in mind to stay safe?
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's a tough question right now, because experts were so surprised when this mandate was withdrawn. And so Again, there really is no, and there has not been, and there is no federally mandated standardized testing for asbestos in talc-based products. So to reduce your exposure to zero, and if you really just want to avoid it, it may be beneficial to avoid talc-based products in general. Look for talc-free alternatives, of which there are many nowadays. Now, if you're really, interested in using a talc-based powder, you like the way that the makeup looks on your skin, most reputable companies will publish their findings, their third-party testing findings, and it's available to the public. They will, they have third-party testers, they look for asbestos, and they publish that data online. And I'm sure you could even call the company, but that is what I'd look for. And then again, if you want to be super cautious, just avoiding talc-based makeup products.
So I'm seeing here that asbestos is banned in more than 50 countries, but it's not banned in the U.S. Why is that?
No, so asbestos, so it is, we are not allowed, companies are not allowed to have asbestos in their products. That is, that is clear. However, it's the weak regulatory, the oversight right now. That's the problem. We unfortunately don't have a standardized method for companies that they have to follow for testing. And so, how they test, how many batches they test, if they test is really left up to the companies. And so again, it's so important to have standardization because, like I said, no amount of asbestos exposure is safe.
That is so wild. So basically, if there is talc on the ingredients list, what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong here, is that there is not a 0% chance that there could be asbestos in it.
Yes, you hit the nail on the head.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Hey, does Tums have talc? Or did it at one point, do we know? It's a powdery thing.
It's a calcium carbonate, so no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like,
again, and now we're going to be looking at all the powdery things.
right, anything powdery, I'm like, uh-oh.
So the powdery thing, you said baby powder. Was that the whole issue with the baby powder? Was asbestos in baby powder?
Yes. So there was a, ongoing, essentially, Johnson & Johnson had this major recall of 33,000 bottles of baby powder.
Yeah.
Because, again, FDA testing, independent testing, found asbestos within those products which are used in babies. And now, because of all of that and the class action lawsuits, Johnson & Johnson has actually now switched their formula as of 2020 to cornstarch-based powders.
Got it. Got it. Okay, one more question here. You alluded to the fact that there are a lot of non-talc alternatives. Okay, will you kind of set the what's the playing field look like? If you doing our in the news we have oil control powders and that kind of thing. Is there a non-talc alternative to most, if not all, cosmetics at this point?
I would say so. Because of all of this controversy, I would say so many companies, most companies have actually transitioned to their talc-free formulations. And so, talc itself is not an issue, it's the testing. However, I think because there is no regulatory oversight and companies want to make sure that consumers feel safe, a lot of companies have transitioned to alternatives.
Okay, so the last question. We shouldn't be sounding the alarm, mass panic, throw away all your makeup. It's just one of those things to keep in the back of your mind when you're shopping. Look at the ingredients list.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, majority of talc-based makeup products should not and do not have asbestos within them. However, keep it in the back of your mind, do your research, look for that third-party testing data if the product does say talc as one of the ingredients.
Okay.
All right.
This is eye-opening. Dr. Megha Trivedi from Rush University Medical Center, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Of course, my pleasure to be here.
Okay, happy holidays to you. It surprises me under this current health secretary, RFK Jr., because he's been so, for example, that red dye, like he was, and so I'm surprised that the crackdown
moms
on
out there are
exactly.
Yeah. Talc. I want to see what it looks like. Asbestos and talc in nature. Like, what are you picturing? I'm picturing
I don't know ever what to picture because I do remember when we moved into our house. the pipes in the basement had this odd looking insulation, and they were like, don't even touch that. Don't even touch that. You have to have a team come in. They seal off the whole basement just to remove. She mentioned that it used to be used for insulation.
Yeah.
A whole team come in and just remove this like sock that was insulating the pipes in our basement.
Well, I think asbestos was also used in flooring, right? Like
flooring,
those
I wouldn't be surprised.
Laminate flooring back in the 50s.
Right.
But I'm just curious to see, like, I just want to see a picture of it. Maybe on the commercial I'll Google it and just describe it to you guys what talc and asbestos look like in nature, because they're together.
Yeah, they go hand in hand apparently.
All right.
Okay, we're going to cleanse our palate with a little break here before we talk about baked goods this holiday season. We are going to be joined by the author of the Hoosier Mama Book of Breakfast Bakes. I love that title.
Yum.
I'm
Hoosier
a Hoosier
Mama.
myself. It's a great weekend to be a Hoosier.
Yeah, it's a great day every day to be a Hoosier.
I would not disagree with that either. Coming off a huge win on Saturday over Ohio State, and now we get to talk about. It's such a great culinary state too. My mom's whole family, deep Hoosier roots, and their cookbook. We're actually coming up with a cookbook, like we're typing it all out and making it look nice, and the recipes are.
What's your favorite?
Let's see, I could go the chicken velvet soup. You ever heard of that?
Velvet soup.
Yes, you ever heard of that?
No, what's the
Hoosier
velvet
thing.
part? Rice?
It's like I don't know how to, it's just good, it warms your soul.
Creamy and delicious.
Creamy. Exactly.
Ooh.
It's a creamy chicken soup. It originated at a department store called Ayers. LS Ayers. Have you ever heard of LS Ayers?
No.
The department store back in the day.
Okay.
I bet Paula Haney could probably, she's nodding her head, yes.
She knows what
She knows what I'm
talking
talking about. The Hoosier culinary, my grandma, I mean, this is taking me back. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be joined by Paula, who is going to run us through
Hoosier
that
Mama
cookbook,
Pie.
Hoosier Mama Pie Company. All right, that's when we come back. Stay with us, everybody.
Okay, so there's always new ways that you can take your breakfast up a notch in your kitchen, and a new cookbook is helping you think outside the box a little bit. So we are joined this morning by Paula Haney. She's from Indianapolis, right? Originally?
Originally, yes.
Yes. Okay, she's the author of the Hoosier Mama Book of Breakfast Bakes, to give us a taste of her recipes and a look at her beautiful new cookbook. So good morning to you, Paula. let's get into first your inspiration in the kitchen and what made you want to make a book about breakfast bakes.
Sure. Well, we started out as a pie company. Obviously, we make lots and lots of pie. We have 2 shops, one in Chicago and one in Evanston. But from the beginning, we started out at the farmers market, at the Green City Farmers Market, and we started making lots of scones and muffins and breakfast pastries with all the seasonal fruit that was available to us, and we just kind of kept expanding that. And you know, every once in a while, customers will ask for the recipes for different things, for their favorites, and I just wanted to make a book that gave people kind of a working manual, something you could keep on your kitchen counter. You know, you found these great berries at the farmer's market, you want to make some muffins. Lots of great, accessible, practical recipes. You can customize them. You can have some fun in the kitchen.
Oh, they're beautiful. And the recipes, it looks like their ingredient list isn't too long, which I can appreciate. Yeah, no, just a handful of ingredients to go into these.
Sometimes the very best recipes are the simplest ones, right?
Well, I mean, are you even going to try to do it if you have to go track down a bunch of, you know, random things?
Let's go, since I'm a Hoosier, go Hoosiers, by the way. Tell us about your kind of culinary background here. Have you been baking? Have you been baking for many years? Is this a relatively new phenomenon for you? How far do the roots go back?
Oh no, I've been doing this for years. I used to bake for fun as a child, which is also part of the inspiration for this book. I hope people will just kind of thumb through the book, see what they want to do, have a little relaxing bake time in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Most of the recipes go from mixing to baking in under an hour.
Nice.
I went to Indiana University for journalism. Ooh. And I ended up baking in a coffee house, and I just loved it.
While you were a student there in Bloomington.
Yeah.
Okay, so
very cool.
I'm seeing in here too, it's not all sweets. So if you're watching this and thinking this book isn't for me, it's just cakes, she has savory items in here too, correct?
Yes, savory biscuits, savory scones.
Yeah.
Like biscuits and gravy.
Heirloom tomato and Parmesan drop biscuits.
Yes.
Yum.
That is such a great recipe.
I mean, it looks unbelievable. Let's hear about the, I want to hear all about this. So biscuits, scones, and muffins. I mean, an entire book.
Yes.
To biscuits, scones. So there must be a ton of variety. Let's talk about the book real quick, though.
Sure.
My wife is a photographer, so I'm kind of curious. When she does portraits mostly.
Okay.
But occasionally, it'll be like a jewelry designer or a cook or something, and it's a totally different beast. How did you, are these all your, like, how did this book come together, and how did you decide on the layout? This is beautiful.
Thank you. Laura Sherb is our photographer, and I am very inspired by, you know, the 30s and 40s, kind of the heyday of Americana cooking.
Yeah.
And we wanted the pictures to reflect that, and to look like an old cookbook. It looks like, you know, something you might see in an old Betty Crocker cookbook. Okay. But also make sure we got lots of
texture in there. So you literally had to do, I mean, there's hundreds of recipes in here. You had to do each one and coordinate with the photographer. Is that?
Absolutely.
That is a lot.
I mean, these are things we make in the shop every day.
Oh, okay.
And some of them are recipes I've been making, you know, before I even worked in a professional kitchen.
That's what I was going to ask is, what do you do now day to day? Are you just every day in and out cooking things, coming up with new ideas because this is such a passion of yours?
It just depends on the day and what's going on at the shop. I mean, obviously Thanksgiving I was baking a lot of pies.
Yes.
It was great when we were testing recipes for the book. I would get to go in and kind of do my little thing in the corner and experiment with some things. But everybody that works in the shops contributed to the book, comes up with ideas and things that they would like to try.
Some of this is just, look at that cinnamon roll with the icing. And then I was looking at tell us about the PB&J knots.
Oh my gosh.
This is a fun recipe right here. Tell us about this one here.
This is just our basic, I'll say basic, brioche, which is a buttery, slightly sweet bread, but you can just do anything with it. And so that was one of the great ways everybody in the shop collaborated. I would make a batch of the brioche as we were testing it. I'd come in the next day and there'd be a plate of pastries on the table saying, hey Paula, try this. So that we just roll out brioche dough, spread it with peanut butter, spread it with jelly, and then just roll it up, let it proof, and bake it.
Okay, so Paula, you're eating this stuff fairly often, I'm sure. What is one of your items that you could just eat every single day? That if someone has the opportunity to get their paws on, what should they pick?
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I have two.
Okay.
The first one is biscuits, because I love any kind of biscuit.
So like biscuits and gravy or biscuits with sweet sauce?
Any way you can eat it. I love it with apple butter or honey or sorghum butter. It's great with biscuits and gravy. We make a lot of biscuit sandwiches in the shop with bacon and egg and cheese. So that's a no-brainer. And then the other one is the brown butter cinnamon roll that you mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
It's really hard to resist.
Oh, the brown butter is the secret sauce, I bet.
This would. How long did this take you to pull all this together?
It took us about a year.
Okay. What has the reaction been from people who are trying your recipes?
It's been really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always, as we're working on a book, we always hand the recipes out to friends and family and friends of friends to get them to try them at home and you know, make sure everything's working for them. And it's just been a really great reaction. Our customers are excited.
I love that. What would you say is the recipe in here that you has gone back the furthest, like your roots? You said you were baking as a kid. What one of these recipes really just screams your name?
Sentimental.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I would think it is the pumpkin muffin recipe.
Oh.
Has been with us since even before we opened the shop. And it's gotten a lot of tweaks and changes over the years. But it's also just such a comforting recipe, especially this time of year. And you can do all kinds of things with it. There are lots of charts in the book on how to mix and match different ingredients. You can put chocolate chips in it. You could put dried cherries. You can put cream cheese filling. You know, you can keep it plain and eat it with a bowl of soup.
You are obviously a master at baking specifically. I know people have different specialties, and one of my aunts is amazing at soups. All her soups are just divine. Okay, a lot of gents out there, you know, they're grill men.
Barbecue.
Okay, so baking's your thing.
Yes.
What would you say, while we have you here, is what mistake do you think most amateur bakers make out there, or what would be a piece of advice you'd tell people to zero in on their baking? I know I've had certain baked goods over the years come a little dry or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What would you say could be a couple of rules of thumb, perhaps, that you might share?
The first one's going to sound really obvious, but I've done it. We've all done it. Read the recipe all the way through before you get started. And that way you're not trying to do weird substitutions in the middle of it. But also, I think the quickest, easiest way to become a better baker, buy new spices. You know, we've all had that can of cloves in the
that's just been in there in the drawer.
Yeah.
6 months, you need to replace them.
Really?
No way.
Yes. And in Chicago, we're so fortunate. We have these great spice companies. They're grinding spices fresh. You're going to spend a little bit more than at the grocery store, but it is so worth it.
What about like flour and sugar? Does that have a 6-month expiration?
No, that has that.
No shelf life. But you're saying most spices have a 6-month shelf life.
Oh, yeah.
And the efficacy of them just drops.
Oh, yes.
Like, wow.
Who knew?
Okay, that is...
Like all spices, not just the sweet. Okay.
Yes.
All right, there we go. Read the recipes all the way through and check your spice cabinet or spice drawer. And
should we try something? We can't let them go without trying.
Of course we should try something.
What do you want us to try?
Do you like blue cheese?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is our fig, urban honey, and blue cheese scone. Yes.
Okay.
And I get to highlight.
I'm not a blue cheese guy. I would like to try something in maybe on the sweet side of the palate.
Okay. Do you want to try a little Danish? We've got our.
Sure.
Okay.
Which one would you recommend?
Well, we have peanut butter and jelly.